Oh, yeah. It's the Big Ten Live Show here at the Voice of College Football, and much to get to. So let's get started. Leave those comments and questions there in the chat. The super chats will certainly show up, so we appreciate your contributions. You can support us directly at Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, MarkRogersTV, right there. Amazon links in the description section of all the videos. Please support us that way as well. It's the same shopping experience, does not cost you a penny. All right, let's get right to it. A lot of news to cover here. So we're going to jump right to it with the story concerning Indiana firing offensive coordinator Walt Bell. Maybe this will nudge some other programs in the conference. No, it won't. All right, Indiana fires offensive coordinator Walt Bell day after the team failed to score more than 17 points in the third time against a major conference opponent. Rod Carey, who's been the quality control coach, offensive line coach since joining Indiana staff in 22, will take over as coordinator. Carey, ex-Indiana offensive lineman, also the former head coach at Northern Illinois and Temple, where he was 64-50 with 7 bowl appearances. Again, he is the OC. Indiana ranks 111th nationally in scoring offense at 20.8 points per game. The Hoosiers only had 3 points against Ohio State, 14 against Louisville, 17, and Saturday's lopsided road loss to Maryland. Bell, the former UMass coach who joined IU in 22, oversaw an offensive finish 98th nationally in scoring last season. Tom Allen said, "We need to go in a new direction on the offensive side of the ball. Rod brings a wealth of experience and success along with a familiarity with our personnel." Of course, Taven Jackson is the new starting quarterback there at Indiana, dual threat guy, threw for 300 yards in that Louisville game in which Indiana took the ball down to the goal line, down a touchdown. And so Indiana is off this week, visiting Michigan on October 14th. That's one news item from the day. The other involves Iowa starting quarterback Cade McNamara, likely out for the season. And so for Cade McNamara, he left the Michigan State game on Saturday night, left knee injury. He had had a quadriceps issue before that, did not return to the game, transferred from Michigan, left the field on a cart with his knee wrapped. He was injured while scrambling out of the end zone and falling awkwardly at the Iowa 2-yard line, appeared in street clothes and crutches after the game. And again, the latest reports are more than likely McNamara out for the season. 3 for 5 passing in this game, 46 yards. Deacon Hill, a Wisconsin transfer, replaced McNamara, led Iowa to its first touchdown drive of the game, and a touchdown pass to Eric All. And so Deacon Hill, his numbers pretty modest as well, of course, in that Iowa offense. And they scored their game-winning touchdown actually on special teams. Figure that. Surprise, surprise. Special teams touchdown on Cooper DeJean's long punt return touchdown to win the game. They were down by 3 points with about 5 or 6 minutes left against Michigan State. All right. We also have Wisconsin's ranked number 1 in the country. Did you miss that? Wisconsin's number 1 in the country. Oh, volleyball. Okay. All right. Before we take your calls, also wanted to bring up this. I won't call it a news item, but this will probably draw more interest than the news items that we just ran through. And that would be, so this came up. Let's see if I can find it. So we've got a social media thread. I believe this was started by Blue by 90. We enjoy the folks over at Blue 90. Great supporters of the Voice of College Football. And I guess Michigan fans were all over Urban Meyer I saw it stated on social media. I'm not going to blame Blue by 90 because I don't know that they stated it, but I saw it on social media that Urban Meyer predicted an upset. From everything I've gathered, he did not predict an upset. He said that the game might be closer than expected. And I've got the wrong screen on here. So we've got Urban Meyer's awful Michigan football take before Nebraska game. Yeah, so he got something wrong. He basically said, okay, we saw the Nebraska team. They should have beat Minnesota. If you don't turn the ball over against Colorado a couple times, they're right in the game. Don't turn the ball over. Let the 3-3-5 defense play. They've got good players on defense. I think it's going to be a close game in Lincoln. Okay, he was wrong. These guys are routinely wrong. It happens every week, multiple times per week, that these guys say things or predict a game. Didn't predict Nebraska to win the game. So social media is grilling Meyer. Okay, that's fine. That's what happens to all of us that put our face out there. And he's making a few more pennies than I am to do that. But it's more or less Michigan social media is grilling Meyer. Urban Meyer put Michigan on upset alert against Nebraska. Okay, fine. Urban Meyer needs to endlessly run backwards through a field of dicks. We've got Urban Meyer put Michigan on upset alert for today's game. J.J. McCarthy is now on the sidelines without his helmet midway through the third quarter because it's time to give backup some reps. Urban Meyer has not been this wrong since he kicked a professional football player. Ha, is there anyone dumber than Urban Meyer? Well, yep, many. Well, but he's pretty dumb. Okay, again, I love this. Of all schools, of all football programs to be making fun of Urban Meyer, it has to at some point come across somebody's brain that this is kind of ironic that we're calling this guy dumb and he's only 7-0 against us. He only dominated us for 7 years. My favorite Urban Meyer soundbite since this one, whatever that one, I guess I probably picked Ohio State to beat Michigan, just like everybody else did. If you're tired of watching replays of Roman Wilson's TD during halftime, I offer this up as an alternative. And again, I've not seen the clip, but we saw the quote there, so we will trust the quote as Urban Meyer saying, Nebraska's got good players on defense. I think they're going to keep it close. Okay, he was wrong. Yeah. Good stuff. I hope Urban Meyer continues going on Fox talking that biased turkey talk the rest of the season because it's working for Michigan, even though they could care less about what he thinks. They should care less what he thinks. And again, I don't know what this says about the Michigan football program calling Urban Meyer this dumb, because it's kind of ironic. Good stuff there. Good stuff. The guy's got the best winning percentage in history since World War II. All right, let's take some calls. Welcome into the Voice of College. Going up.
Hey, Mark, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
How you doing today, sir?
I am doing just fine.
Hey, don't knock volleyball, man. I see it's a trending sport, by the way, and I don't know if you ever got a chance to watch it or if your kid played volleyball, but it is fun to watch sometimes.
It's fun to play.
Yeah. Hey, I do got a question. What is up with the Purdue Ohio State game being on Peacock on the 14th?
I'm guessing that you don't like that because it's going to be difficult for you to watch.
No, I'm actually going to be at the game, and I get Peacock.
Okay.
But I would think a big game like that wouldn't be on Peacock.
Do we consider that a big game?
Well, it could be. Could it not? Considering past history?
Ohio State and Purdue, a big game.
Yeah. Because if Purdue wins
I'm
Saturday,
going to list off about 25 games in the Big Ten that are
all right,
bigger.
I digress, Mark, but I'm saying if Purdue wins, they're going to have a ton of momentum going into the game is what I'm saying.
If Rutgers beats Ohio State, that suddenly becomes a big game. I'm not understanding your point. I'm understanding you're a Purdue fan and that you would put more emphasis on this game, but
No, I'm just wondering how they figure where to put each game and stuff like that. Is what I'm
Well,
asking.
typically the best game, the biggest game, whatever they consider to be the best matchup, and the one that's going to draw the most eyeballs goes to Fox at noon. Now that ABC and ESPN are out of the mix, there used to be a back and forth between Disney and Fox. They shared the best games. They selected them in alternating fashion, but now that they're out of the way, it pretty much goes, and don't completely hold me to this because it's been a long time since I went through this, and I don't even know if I at any point read through what the pecking order is, but Fox does have the number one choice for the big noon game. And some weeks they will select a different game in another conference, like they did this past week. Of course, they went with USC and Colorado, but most weeks they select a Big Ten game, and so they will select the number one game in the Big Ten. Then it goes to, I believe, CBS would be number two. Then it would be, I believe, NBC gets the third choice at 7:30 at night, and then maybe Peacock goes next. But you got to understand that. So Iowa, Michigan State this past week, that was an NBC game. I'm sorry. So yeah, but there is a stipulation in there that even though Peacock is down the list, that they do get some preferable choices at some point in the season.
Yeah, because see, I'm looking at the schedule for the 14th, and how is Illinois and Maryland on ABC at 3:30, and then Iowa and Wisconsin's on Fox. That's the 4 o'clock game.
Iowa, Wisconsin's on Fox at 4. Okay.
Yeah. And Illinois and Maryland is 3:30 on NBC.
Illinois, Maryland on NBC.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course, the big noon kickoff is going to be Michigan and IU.
Let me get to that week here. You said that's on the what week? The 14th?
Yeah.
All right. So in the Big Ten, let's see if it's listed here. They don't have it here. Shoot. I just have a schedule. I don't have the games.
I went to the Big Ten website and got on the schedule.
Gotcha. Well, if I'm just looking at this face value, I would consider, as it stands right now, Iowa, Wisconsin to be the biggest game of the week. And then after that, probably Ohio State and Purdue, because unless Maryland upsets Ohio State, even though that's probably a more competitive game between Maryland and Illinois, it's not a more important game. So I get your point. It's the second most important game, most likely, of the week.
Yeah. But why would they want a complete and utter beatdown for the big noon kickoff game?
What's the big noon kickoff game?
Michigan and IU.
Because people are going to watch it.
So they want to see a beatdown, obviously.
That somewhat factors into it. But those two teams, I believe, played last year for the big noon kickoff.
Well, I can't remember, but anyway.
And like 5 million people watched it. So, yeah, You're right. That's why Ohio State and Indiana played at 3:30 on CBS. They're going to select those teams before everybody else.
Yeah, but have they ever done it before to where I know the NFL changes kickoff times? Have they ever like scheduled it for like that time and then actually like, okay, pull back and changed it? Or can they do that once the kickoff times are set for college?
So I'm trying to think. So this being Monday, okay, the Monday of the previous week's games is when these are set. So that's why you're bringing that up now.
Yeah. Because Purdue and Iowa is 3:30 on Peacock this Saturday.
Yeah, so this is not going to change. This is what they've set. They're not changing it.
But I didn't know if they could actually like go and change it for the following week. Is what I guess what I'm asking.
No, they set it the Monday, the week prior to that week's games. So next Monday, they are going to set the schedule for the next Saturday, which is 12 days later.
Yeah, I think that's when Purdue goes to. No, actually, Purdue has their bye week on the 21st, which is good and stuff like that. Anyway, so speaking of bye weeks, are you a big fan of them being at the middle of the season? Or
Where
do you
else
want
would
like
they be?
some do it early in the season, some do it late in the season?
Well, it would be fair if they were all somewhat in the same range of the season. Yeah, a few teams have them extremely early. I wouldn't want that as a head coach, I don't think. But they're mostly at this point of the season. A lot of teams were off this past week.
Mm-hmm. Stuff like that. No, I was just wondering stuff like that. But no, I'm gonna get a hold of Joey tomorrow, see if we can get that set up for you for the 14th.
Okay. I'll be there if we meet our conditions. Absolutely.
All
It has
right.
to make sense, sir.
I know. And stuff like that. All right, you got other callers, and I'm sure Daryl's waiting, chomping his bit. Thanks, Mark. Have a good one, man.
Thank you, Michael. Appreciate
See ya.
it. We did have some other callers there for a few minutes, but now it's just up to me. So again, Indiana has fired its offensive coordinator in the last year, less than a year, because we're just going back to last offseason. Indiana has fired an offensive line coach and they have fired an offensive coordinator. Rutgers has fired an offensive coordinator. Iowa has a worse offense than both of them. Can you imagine Cade McNamara or any Iowa quarterback throwing for 300 yards against a Power 5 team like Taven Jackson did a couple weeks ago against Louisville? So the worst offense in the Big Ten, I believe, is Iowa. Statistically, it is definitely statistically the worst offense in the Big Ten. If you have to include the offensive coordinator, is Iowa. If you're just talking about personnel, I don't believe that it's Iowa. It's probably Northwestern. Probably. I'd have to go position by position and run it down. But Northwestern probably has the worst offensive personnel in the Big Ten. Indiana's certainly right there. Rutgers is certainly right there. They continue to be. That Nebraska outfit is rough. They should be better on offense, but man, they have one quarterback who can't stop turning the ball over, and then the other quarterback is extremely limited. So, yes, let's look at this week's games. Again, the Indiana firing of Walt Bell. Rod Carey's the new offensive coordinator. And then bad news for Iowa football. Cade McNamara, who had not been playing well, but certainly is a leader and a veteran quarterback who is capable of playing fairly well. He's out most likely for the season with a left leg injury. Something involving his knee. And so I've not looked into the TV situation. We know what the deal is. Fox has the noon game Eastern time. CBS has the 3:30. NBC has the 7:30. Peacock has something that they usually air at like 5 in the afternoon, I think is the time. And the Big Ten Network then, of course, fills in the blanks. But there is some kind of condition that it's not always set 1, 2, 3, 4. So they are trying to draw people to Peacock with some decent games. And this would be one right here, Ohio State, Purdue. Apparently, according to Michael, I've not looked it up, on Peacock on October 14th. All right, let's keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. You know what the drill is. Amazon links in the description section of all the videos. It doesn't cost you a penny. Not a penny. And it's the same shopping experience. All right, let's go to our next caller. Believe we got something here. We got Michigan Man chiming in.
What's good, man?
What is good? What you got?
Hey, man, I'm gonna be quick, man, but I just gotta say some. I was looking at some numbers. First, Michigan is the first team since the '93 Knowles to put up 30 plus points per game and hold their opponents to less than 7 points per game through 5 weeks. What you think about that? What you think about that?
1993 Florida State Seminoles. Let's see who they played that 5 games. Let's give that a look. I'm going to guess that those teams were better, just off the top of my head. I'm just taking a shot here. Florida State in 93. Give me 2 seconds. 93 was Kansas 42-zip. I actually remember that game. It was a kickoff classic. Duke 45-7. Clemson 57-zip. North Carolina 33-7. Georgia Tech 51-0. Listen to this. Okay, that Kansas team, not great, but still they're a Power 5, 5-7. Duke, again, not a good team at all, 3-8, but a Power 5. That Clemson team was 9-3. That North Carolina team went 10-3, and the Georgia Tech team was 5-6.
Oh yeah, they play better teams, but I don't care who you play. To do something that hasn't been done.
I care who you play. There's a difference beating Clemson 57-0 and beating East Carolina.
Yeah, this is true. But to do
it's a
something
great stat
that hasn't been done in almost 40 years.
Yeah, they've been dominant.
People say, "Oh, there's not a clear elite team." Michigan's showing you that they that team. Period. SP plus they're number one. FPI when you take out the recruiting rankings, number one. Hey, that's fine, man. That's fine. But they doing
anyone. I'm not saying that they're not elite. Let me be very clear. So I'm not saying they're not elite, but my goodness, there'd be all sorts of teams in the country that could possibly put up that. You don't think we could pick out?
No team has done that in 40 years, though.
Because teams have played better schedules.
You don't think in 40 years, out of 130 teams, that not one of those teams in 40 seasons has played a schedule similar to what Michigan's played?
Well, let's eliminate out of those 130 teams, eliminate 120 of them right out of the gate because they're just not capable of beating anybody 30-7 or whatever the criteria was every week. So first of all, just completely eliminate like everybody but about 10 teams a year.
Look, yeah, I'm not saying. Look, UNLV 4-1, Rutgers 4-1. Those two teams right there, not the best competition, but they're not playing absolute. They're not playing absolute dirtbags every week.
No, they're not. They're playing just slightly dirty bags, I guess.
Yeah, no. Look, I think anytime you do something, because look, teams have played bad schedules every year. No team has done this in 40 years.
Oh, I can name all sorts of teams that play bad schedules, but they're not supposed to be competing for national championships.
Well, yeah, no, I agree with that. But even teams that have competed for national championships that I'm sure there's teams that have had poor schedules, ain't doing what Michigan's done.
Yeah, I would love for you to show me one. I'm not saying that they don't exist. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but they may not exist, and if they do, they're extremely rare.
Oh yeah, no doubt, man. I'm just saying. I mean, this defense, like another stat, since 1941, there hasn't been. I think it's a Michigan stat, but there hasn't been a Michigan team since. It might even not be just a Michigan stat, but there hasn't been a Michigan team since 1941 to only give up 2 touchdowns in 5 weeks. And mind you, that the starting defense minus garbage time has only given up 13 points in 5 weeks. That's just ridiculous. Okay. They haven't allowed a team within the 10-yard line.
Okay, I'm just randomly, we're just starting down the list here. I'm just grabbing Ohio State from last season. That was not a great football team. They were one of the 3 or 4 best in the country, but they weren't a great football team. Well, they were playing Notre Dame, Arkansas State, Toledo, Wisconsin, and Rutgers to start. And they won by 11, 33, 56, and 31, and 39. And they're giving up 10, 12, 21, 21, 10. But in those games...
Yeah, that's not even in the same realm.
It is in the same realm because when they're giving up 21, they're scoring 77 against much better teams. They're scoring 52 against Wisconsin. And that game was 28-0 in the first quarter. Like that, that seems more impressive to me than what Michigan just did. They played Notre Dame, Toledo, Wisconsin, and Rutgers during that stretch.
I think you're looking at the final score. I think it's more impressive. Also consider Michigan starters have only played 2.5 quarters in 4 out of 5 games. Then they play a fourth quarter, barely played the fourth quarter against Rutgers, and they played 2.5 quarters in 4 out of 5 games.
Sure.
They could have easily, if they left the starters in like Ohio State likes to do, if we're being real, if they left the starters in for the whole game, they put up 60 plus every game.
Well, again, you're the one spitting numbers, and I'm spitting numbers that are extremely similar against much better competition.
Yeah, but you also got to look what's going on in those games. Michigan is emptying the bench halfway through the third quarter in every game. The domination this team is putting up is reaching historic standards, regardless of who they play.
Ohio State in 2019, they won their first 5 games by 24, 42, 41, 69, and 41. And they were playing Cincinnati, an 11-3 team, Indiana, who went 8-5 and went to the Gator Bowl, and Nebraska.
What did they give up? And then were they emptying the bench halfway through the third quarter of every game?
Well, no, I don't know, but yes, they were emptying the bench at some point. They gave up 21, 0, 10, 5, and 7. So some of these
still not on that.
Some of these are
still not on that left.
Some of these are technicalities, you understand. You can do a lot of things with statistics. I think that's a much more impressive run against better teams. I'm just taking 2 of the last 3 Ohio State teams. We haven't even gone to Alabama and Georgia and who else? USC in the 2000s.
Oh, yeah. No, you're bringing up all. Let's be clear, though. You're bringing up our top teams that we've seen. And you're comparing them with Michigan. And even then, Michigan is still obviously opponent adjusted. Even then, what Michigan's doing on the field tops that.
Yeah, I don't see that it tops that. Again, I'm just not.
I mean, this looks like a 21 Georgia-esque defense. And I think they still got room to grow. That's the scary part.
Here's the 2007 Ohio State defensive performance. This is what they gave up. 6, 2, 14, 7, 7, 7, 3 to start the season.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. I ain't going to say that that's not good. What did they do offensively?
38, 20, 33, 58, 30, 23, 48.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. That's probably the closest in terms of like
Purdue was the best team that they played. They were 8-5. They didn't play, these teams weren't that good. They played Northwestern, Washington, a bad Washington team.
And I mean, we're being real.
That's impressive.
That's impressive.
Michigan did. Yes. What Michigan's doing is impressive. I'm not saying that it's not.
Oh, yeah, man. I'm just never been more confident Michigan win a national championship than right now.
Here's Ohio State's 06 defensive run. And this is before, of course, they played the barn burner against Michigan, 42-39. Before that, 12, 7, 7, 6, 17, 7, 7, 3, 0, 10, 10. And that's Texas, Cincinnati, Penn State, Iowa, Michigan State, Minnesota.
I would love to go back and watch those teams and see how the games went too, as well.
Sure.
To see if, was it close for 3 quarters in a lot of those games, which I kind of suspect it was Tressel teams in particular.
Yeah,
I would kind of suspect that.
Yeah.
I would kind of suspect that. And if that's the case, if you look at this Michigan team, I think Joe Klatt had a perfect analogy for it. He actually said, I don't know how I'd be terrified to play Michigan. He said that today. I'd be absolutely terrified. They're like a boa constrictor. He compared them to a boa constrictor. He's like, it's being locked in a 6x6 room and they just crushing the life out of you and it's inevitable. Which I think is a perfect analogy, man. I know I'm being braggadocious right now, but I feel good.
I know you feel good.
But I'm gonna get going, man. I think Maryland could get it this weekend, man. Have a good day.
Thanks, man. So Michigan has scored at least 30 points per game and given up single digits. First team to do that since 1993. And again, I've offered up I just went to Ohio State. That's the obvious comparison. Now I'm at Alabama, and you can imagine, there's basically an outlier where somebody scored like 12. So I found an Ohio State team that would meet that criteria, except for one team scored like 12 points instead of 10. But the offensive scoring is ridiculous. 56, 77. Alabama, let's go to 2009. I'm sure that team, well, they gave up 24 to Virginia Tech in week 1. Then they shut it down after that, 14-7-7, 23-6-10. But they were playing a 10-3 Virginia Tech team that was a roughly top 10 team in the country. All right, welcome into the Voice of College Football, our Big Ten live show. The real MVP. What's going on?
Wow, Mark, I can't believe that last caller bragging about beating UNLV, Rutgers, Bowling Green, Mark. I mean, we should just cancel the season right now. If you can beat Bowling Green by 25 points, then, you should just automatically get the national championship. Just cancel the rest of the season, Mark. Because did you know Bowling Green beat Georgia Tech? And because they beat Georgia Tech, they can go out and beat the 85 Bears or the 07 Patriots.
It's impressive to an extent, but again, you put these parameters on this and you can go out and find, like, I just looked at the first 3 Ohio State seasons since 2022. I'm not searching through Georgia and Alabama and all these other examples. I went straight to the direct competition, and I'm basically finding similar results against much better teams. And that Florida State, I don't know if you heard the Florida State run. That was the last team to do that. The teams they were playing were, they're playing a 9-3 Clemson team, a 10-3 North Carolina team. Like they're blowing these teams out that are like top 15 to 20 teams in the country.
Right, but Mark, what you're not taking into account is UNLV beat an SEC team. Now, forget it was Vanderbilt, okay? If they beat an SEC team, and they're 4-1 with wins over Hawaii. So, doesn't that make UNLV the best team in the Mountain West automatically?
Yes, we will keep an eye on the Mountain West race. We will be charting that.
Yeah, I know, Mark. You know what this is, Mark? This is a 1% mentality. This is a team that hasn't had success in such a long time and doesn't know the level it takes to win the national championship. This is what this is. This is what it's like for a fan base that hasn't had success in so long that doesn't fully understand the process. Mark, you're an Ohio State fan. Was there plenty of years you thought you had an excellent to great team, but it turns out there was just a different level?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I think that's what the Michigan fan base is going through right now. They think, oh my goodness, we blew out UNLV and Bowling Green. Therefore, we're going to go up and beat Georgia.
I said this a couple weeks ago, and this is just me, and I might be wrong, and every person's different, but I think this is a lot of it. You root for Kentucky. We've got Erica in the chat. She roots for Iowa. Once you become a fan and you become used to your team's expectations, then you draw certain expectations of your team. And I think this probably holds true for Ohio State fans, Alabama fans, Georgia fans, Clemson fans that have gotten really comfortable in just the last 10 years. And then historically, maybe Notre Dame fans and Michigan fans, like if they're like 90 years old, have this type of mentality, I guess. And USC fans from the last 20 years, Pete Carroll days. Anyway, you don't like to hear that anybody's better than you because you want to be like being number 3. Like as an Ohio State fan, seeing Ohio State at number 3 in the polls, or if they go to the playoff and lose, I can still acknowledge and recognize that's a really good team. They accomplished. I don't want to downplay what the players are accomplishing because I know it's very hard to do what they're doing, but it's not achieving the goal. So there's just a few programs and their fan bases out there that I think they don't want to hear that anybody's better than them. Because it's hard to listen to. Yeah, this Michigan team's really good. They're really good. I just want to, at some point, see them beat someone outside the conference who's good. That hasn't happened in so many years.
You're exactly right. Michigan fans should be wondering, hey, if we make the playoffs, can we get out of the first round? Can we not embarrass ourselves in front of a TCU-like team? That's what they should be wondering about. Do they have a head coach that can win a bowl game, more than one bowl game? These are the things they need to worry about, Mark. Not, oh my gosh, we're automatically the 85 Bears.
It is going to be fascinating to see this 1% prediction by you versus the outcome of this season for Michigan, because we got a lot of Michigan fans here, and I'll have fun either way, just watching it go down.
Well, I know, Mark. I never said they had a 1% chance to go 5-0. Okay? I mean, who didn't expect this to happen? Oh my gosh, they dominated Nebraska, who got dominated by Colorado.
And that's a great point. If you would have shown me the scores to the first 5 Michigan games in August, I would have said, okay. Like, okay. Yeah, that's what it's supposed to be.
And does Michigan still have to play Penn State and Ohio State?
They do.
Okay, I'm just making sure. And so Ohio State did beat Notre Dame, correct?
They got it done. Yes.
Okay. And Notre Dame is a far better opponent than every single Michigan team has played combined.
Yes.
I mean, that's all you need to know, Mark. Just wait, Michigan
that's
fans.
That's where we stand right now. That's where we stand right now.
Right. If Michigan fans want to brag after they beat Penn State or if they beat Ohio State, you know what? That is a worthy celebration because those are teams on your levels. But bragging about beating UNLV, Bowling Green, I mean, Mark, that would be like me bragging about beating Ball State or a Georgia fan bragging about beating whatever one of their UT Martin. I mean, come on. They're so far ahead of you all. I mean, by you, it shouldn't even be braggable. It doesn't make sense. Why are they bragging about these games, Mark?
Well, they did accomplish what you just said the last 2 years.
I understand. And then what happened when they made the playoffs?
Well, one of those years they got completely outclassed, and then the other one they tripped all over themselves, and they lost both of them, bottom line.
Right. Right, exactly. And Mark, you know, my stat that I've gone to in saying the top 6 teams, talent-wise, are going to win the national championship, one of those top 6 teams.
Yes.
I've still got Alabama, still got Georgia, still got Texas A&M, still got Ohio State. I'll take those 5 teams, and I'll give you the field, Mark. Which one would you take?
Ooh, who do I get? Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State.
I get Alabama, Georgia, Ohio State, Texas A&M, Texas. You get the field. Which one would?
Okay, well, I want to take my fandom out of it, of course, because then I'm going to take. No, I'll take your teams. I don't want the field against those teams.
Is it even that close of a conversation point?
I didn't have to think about it too long. No.
So I just want to say I still think I'm in the catbird seat, Mark.
I've got Michigan, I've got USC, Florida State, Penn State. Those are the 4 I'm going to be the most confident in of doing anything. But they got it. Probably only one of them are going to make it, and they're going to have to win 2 games. You know what game I want to see? I want to see Michigan play Georgia again. I want to see, okay, that was 2 years ago, Michigan. That was 2 years ago, Georgia. Supposedly Georgia's declined and supposedly Michigan's elevated. And let's see, because that game could have been 55 to fill in the blank 3 or whatever. It was ugly.
Right. I think Michigan, talent-wise at the absolute top, is somewhat competitive with Georgia. But I think below that, it's all Georgia. I don't think it'll be close. And I think that's similar what's going to happen this week with Ohio State versus Maryland. I think Ohio State is going to go in there. They're going to roll the ball out. It's going to be like 28-0 at the end of the first quarter. It's going to be over. Ohio State is just a better team than Maryland. And they're going to completely dominate them. Just the way it goes, Mark. I don't see their style of football being anywhere competitive. They're not a physical team. They're a throwing around type team with a good quarterback. But Ohio State's defense this year, Mark, has really impressed me. They look really good. And I think they're going to be able to shut down Maryland's receivers. Maryland, I think, is going to have a hard time moving the ball. I expect the game to be like 44-10, 53-13 type game. I don't think it's even going to be close.
Wow. Well, I can't say that I share your analysis there. I don't think there's a big comparison between the two teams, but that doesn't mean that the lower level team can't hang. And I think they probably will. This is not a prediction, everyone, but if I had to spit out a score right this second, I'm more in the 41-30 range.
So you think the game is basically going to be a repeat of what happened last year?
Yeah, there you go.
Where Maryland hang around for like 3 quarters, but anybody who was actually watching the game, everybody knew Ohio State was going to win that game.
Yeah, they're at home this year. That helps, and they're a 21-point favorite. Okay.
Right. I see somebody in the chat named Aaron Taylor says, I haven't watched a Michigan game this year. Who has watched them? I mean, I've watched plays of Michigan. I have not sat down and watched a Michigan team. How about you play somebody in non-conference schedule that's actually has a pulse, and then I'll watch you play somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. How about you play somebody better than Nebraska? Okay. Can you do that for me? And then I'll watch a full game of yours. Unbelievable, Mark. That's all I got to you. Fight on to the 1%ers.
The real MVP getting the job done. Good stuff. We got Mike Ford here. Mike, glad to have you.
Yeah, I'm hoping you're still going to say that when I'm done.
Oh, come on. What's ailing you here? What did I say that's so wrong?
Well, first of all, Mr. MVP is going to get knocked back about what I'd say 28-35 notches whenever Georgia just pretty much whoops the crap out of them in Athens in what 5 days. So
well, then he's going to put his SEC hat on and come.
Yeah, of course he is. That's what he, the real SEC. But I'm just reminding you that you got yourself a butt whooping coming, boy. But anyways, we can only play the teams that we have scheduled. Now, do we have the best schedule? No, but you can't look at what we've done and say, we don't belong in the conversation, especially when you see Georgia. They played a South Carolina, North Carolina, and their atrocious defense lived in South Carolina's backfield. I think they got, 9 sacks, 16 tackles for losses. This North Carolina defense was inept last year, and they just rocked South Carolina. And South Carolina lost by 10 in Athens. Yep. This is not a good Georgia team. It took them to the fourth quarter to beat Auburn. Auburn is horrible. Okay, so I mean, can we quit? Can we quit with this? Georgia, is alone on the hill thing, because they're not.
Okay, so this is where I will slice this down the middle, because everything you just stated is perfect, correct, accurate to a T. However, when a program has succeeded and brings back a load of NFL talent, there is a certain level of trust. When the coach is proven, when the players are proven, when the program's proven, all of that. Like if Ohio State went into Notre Dame and they were Maryland with Maryland's history and they had the same exact results, well, you can evaluate just the results on the field, and they did this against Western Kentucky and they did this against Indiana, and say, this is what I think about this team. But there's just a difference when you have a knowledge of the program, the talent, the coaching that's proven it year after year after year.
Well, yeah, I'm not trying to take anything away from Georgia, but to think that we're still technically the new kid on the block. I mean, we did go to back-to-back playoffs. If you take out these, the bowl games, were 27-1 in the last 2 years, and that one loss was incredibly steeped in controversy. When I won't go into that because it'll just make me mad. But people need to stop acting like Michigan doesn't have a right to talk. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to roll over everything, but to act like we're not a part of the conversation. Some of these people are assuming this is just asinine.
Oh, absolutely. Michigan's a tremendous team, and they are the kings of the Big Ten. They own the Big Ten 2 consecutive years and went to the playoff.
Yeah, and we can beat big teams. I mean, like I said, back-to-back Ohio State games, we've outscored you by 39 points. So, I mean, it's not like we're, foreign to winning big games. Now, have we, gotten to that Georgia level? No, but I mean, it's just within our grasp. You just have to keep reaching. And I don't think, you can sit there and say, that because, we play a crappy non-con, which a lot of teams do. Like I said, Georgia's non-con is not good this year either, but it seems like they kind of get impervious to this conversation. I mean,
Because they earned it.
Have we not? I mean, do you only
they've earned it.
Okay, and I get, but do you only get a pass if you have a national championship? So if you didn't win a national championship, that's a strike against you. Whereas Georgia's the one team that isn't.
Michigan's earned it within the Big Ten. I'm not saying that Michigan can't defeat all sorts of excellent teams outside the conference. I just want to see it.
I like to see it too.
It's been a long time, but it's not like they've lost a zillion of these games. They haven't played a lot of them. So they lost the last 2 playoff games, and then before that, you go back. They beat Notre Dame outside the conference in 19. Notre Dame was not an elite team. They were a good team, very good team.
We beat Washington a couple of years ago. I mean, now they weren't this year's Washington, but
no, they were 4-8.
Yeah,
they were terrible.
But the problem is there's always a lag because you schedule teams, and you don't schedule them for the next year. You schedule them for 4, 5, 6 years.
That's not Michigan's fault that Washington was down. Yeah, of course.
I mean, I think that Michigan has deserved the benefit of the doubt. And if you look at our 5 games, I mean, these are not world beaters, but people are writing these, and I know Darrell was picking on me because what I said in the chat. UNLV is 4-1. They have a win against an SEC team. Bowling Green beat Georgia Tech by 18 points in Atlanta. I mean, Rutgers is 4-1, and their 4 wins. They beat. I don't think they had a win that's less than a 3-score win. So I mean, these are not fantastic teams, but these are still legitimate wins. And these were all wins where it was over in the third quarter. I mean, almost all these games, I mean, I'm seeing guys I've never even heard of on Michigan's roster playing in the third and fourth quarters. I didn't even know Donegal was our 4th string backup. I'm finding that out now. I mean, Michigan could have beaten a lot of these teams 60-0 if they were so inclined, but they don't. That's just not what Harbaugh does. He gets a lead, and then once it's obviously in the bag, then he starts pulling guys out of the stands to come in and suit up and play a couple downs. You can't hold that against us. I mean, unless you're just ignorant to football. So, I mean, I don't know what else people are wanting. And, hanging on to the whole, you lost to TCU, that got real old. You can't hold Georgia against us. Georgia was just a better team in 2021, obviously. We should have beat TCU last year. And if you play that game 10 times, we win 9. It was just a fluke that one time.
Yeah, and you have evidence to make that claim, but we don't know that, and that's a bit shallow of an argument. If they would play, I could say all sorts of things about what if or this could have happened.
But you have to go by probabilities, though. I mean, yeah, anything could, quote unquote, happen, but Michigan was not the worst team there. I mean,
my example would be, my correlation to that would be Purdue killed Ohio State in 2018. Nothing else that happened that entire season would make anyone believe, because they play in the same conference against the same opponents. And Purdue lost 7 games, and Ohio State lost 1 game and finished number 3 in the country and won the Rose Bowl in the Big Ten championship. So you've got 13 other results that say Ohio State's a much better team. But then that happened. It happened.
Yeah,
Where
and
you had 2 teams that excelled the entire season, and then TCU won a close game, and we all know what happened. So that's where I differ on those two. Where if I played the role of the TCU fan, they have no reason to back down from the argument that they were just better.
I mean, I don't blame them because they can just go by the result on the field that one game, that one day.
And because the rest of their season says that they were in the ballpark.
Yeah. And I'm not taking it away. They won 13 games that year, so I'm not going to write them off.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying about that. But I totally get your point too. All you had to do is watch the game and see a team that blows a play at the goal line when they might have scored I thought they scored a touchdown on the pass in the end zone. Who was that? Roman Wilson?
Roman Wilson, yeah, who's balling out this year, I have to say.
And the other play on the first drive of the game after the big Donovan Edwards, and they got cute and fancy down by the goal. All those, yeah, I get it.
I mean, if anything, it just shows that Michigan lost their composure, because if you couple that with the fumble at the one that never should have happened, plus JJ's 2 pick sixes, I mean, Michigan, I think they just got a little discombobulated and just couldn't get right. And Minter just completely dropped the ball on trying to adjust schematically. It seemed like they were just trying to do too much too fast. And, Michigan doesn't do that. Michigan isn't used to playing from behind. So when they get punched in the mouth early, they really couldn't respond. But I mean, that doesn't happen very often. So they're not used to it.
And you're right, although they did respond. They were down, 24-3? Well, and they got back to a 1-score game.
Well, yeah, I mean, I guess you could just say we didn't lose, we just ran out of time. But I mean, after considering the fact that we spotted them 3 touchdowns, I mean, if you take that away, yeah, it would have been a complete massacre. But we let them have the lead, and then we just, like I said, just ran out of time. So I mean, I just don't understand people saying their excuses for why. And now I'm not going to go all gung ho like Go Blue does, but I think there's a legitimate case to be made that Michigan is the best team in the country right now. But I'm not going to sit there and say they're definitely going to win the national championship. They're not, 71 Nebraska, 2019 LSU, 2001 Miami. But judging from what I've seen of Michigan and what I've seen from other teams, they deserve to be in the conversation. And like I say, if I had in my poll right now, I'd have Michigan 1, followed by Texas and then Georgia. That's just me.
Okay, Mike. I can't say I'm surprised by you having Michigan number 1.
I mean, is it our fault that we didn't play Alabama and Jaden Daniel-less Kansas?
Well, that's part of the evaluation, though.
Yeah, I mean,
you play.
And honestly, on a neutral field, I don't think that we would do any worse against Alabama than Texas. I mean, Alabama looks like a complete shell themselves. They have no offensive rhythm whatsoever.
Again, you're speaking about just things that are just complete conjecture. We're not talking about anything that's happened.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. When you go back to DeReal's 5 teams, versus the field.
Yeah.
If he took Georgia out of that 5, I would take the field. I mean, he put up 4 teams that I think right now have little to no. He said Alabama, no chance. Texas A&M, no chance. OSU, almost no chance. And what was the other one? Georgia, Alabama, Texas A&M.
So
OSU.
you get offended by DeReal saying that Michigan has a 1% chance of winning the national championship. And you just said that Ohio State has virtually. So you're basically saying Ohio State has a 1% chance of winning the national championship.
I would go 5. High single digits.
And what's Michigan's chance?
15.
Okay.
15 to 20, maybe. The only realistic teams I can see. Oh, yeah, he's at Texas. Texas has a pretty good chance. I just kind of count on the fact that Texas tends to lose 1 or 2 games they have no business losing. Like, I think last year was Texas Tech. But, I mean, I don't think there's any, including this, coming Saturday at Red River, I don't think there's any game they should not be the clear favorite in. But I can't see them going 12-0. I mean, just from history. I mean, I would have Texas as probably right around 10, 15% as well. I don't think there's any team I would put higher than 20% chance likely. I mean, I think even, 1 or 2 SEC, Pac-10 teams, Pac-12 teams could, take up a good chunk of. I'm not high on USC right now, but Oregon and Washington are definitely in the conversation. But, well, that's just me. That's just my 2 cents. I'll go ahead and step aside and let the next person take over.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate you being here.
Yep. Go Blue. Have a good one.
These kind of comments are amusing. Mike says, "What's a matter, Mark? Mad? Why?" Did I do something that showed that I'm having a good time here? Having a great time here. If I got mad about people's comments, then I would, I wouldn't be too good at doing this, and maybe I'm not. But people's comments don't. I don't know what that's a reference to. All right, let's keep it going here. The voice of college football. Erica's here. Erica, great to have you tonight.
Hello, good evening. How's it going?
I am doing just fine. How are you?
I'm doing good. So I have a few different points or questions. And I'm not going to get all passionate like everyone's been getting. That's not my jam. I usually operate that way, so I'll try my best not to, because the last few callers have gotten passionate, which is good, but let's calm it down a little bit, right? So I did want to ask, when you were talking to the real MVP, you mentioned me about Iowa or something, and I'm a bit confused as to why, because I've never claimed that Iowa's going to win a playoff or a natty or anything like that under Kirk Ferentz, ever. You've seen what I said. I'm very, very critical. So I'm just a little curious why my name came up in that conversation.
Your name came up as an example. What I stated was, I said, I don't know what DeReal's point was. He was talking about various fan bases and their expectations, and Michigan in particular, and they haven't won anything. So why are their fan bases expecting and just claiming that they're already going to win this, and that?
Right.
I was making the point that I said that, again, this is just based on my own observation and the feedback I received from various fan bases, that if you root for a particular one of about 4 teams in the country, and there aren't many more than that, and I named off Georgia, Clemson, Ohio State, Alabama,
right,
basically right now over the last 10 years, that you have such high expectations and achieve each season, and you're always in a national championship race, that's what you're gunning for. And you're disappointed otherwise. And it's hard to listen to talk about other teams possibly being better than you, because you want to be number one.
right.
Like if Iowa, I would think that right now, or at any time, you would be extremely pleased if Iowa was like number 4 in the country.
Yeah, I was very happy when we were number, 3 or 2 a few years ago?
Yes,
even though that
in the
wasn't
Big Ten
merited.
State.
That wasn't merited.
Yeah,
That was not
it
merited.
wasn't,
I'm
but
not completely a homer, but
Yeah.
that still made me happy to see that ranking.
Yeah, Indiana was supposed to be really good, and you beat them, and then you beat Iowa State, who was supposed to be really good, and so a lot of people were on that bandwagon, and I was too. Not that I didn't think Iowa was that good, but I thought that they earned that ranking at that
Yeah,
point.
right.
I think I can speak for Alabama, Georgia fans because, again, I've been an Ohio State fan my whole life, and being number
Yeah.
4 in the rankings is like just kind of like okay. It's not anything to. If anything, there's like, well, okay, what's wrong here? Why aren't we 1, 2, or 3 kind of thing?
Right. I mean,
So,
every fan base has different expectations. I
yeah.
think that's what you're getting at.
So I mentioned you, and I mentioned the real MVP as a Kentucky fan having different expectations.
Mhm.
That's what I said.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I was chatting and there were, some things going on in the chat, and then all of a sudden I hear my name. I'm like, wait a minute, why am I being called out? I didn't do anything here.
No, I just saw your name in the chat, and I was just making a point that,
Yeah.
like, I truly would many times in doing this would like to not be an Ohio State fan. I
Mhm.
would like to be, let's say, an Iowa State fan or a Texas Tech fan or
Right.
a Purdue fan, because then my team's completely removed from the conversation.
Right.
And I just have fun watching college football. My team goes 7-5. Great. That's what we usually do, kind of thing.
Mhm.
And then I could talk and I would be perceived as completely unbiased, just talking about these teams. But that's not the case.
Right. No, I can get that. Okay, that's fine. I just was like, wait a minute. I never claimed Iowa to be like a natty
No.
team under the current circumstances, believe
I know
me.
that.
So the next question I had, I saw your Twitter or your tweet or whatever on X, whatever it's called nowadays.
Yes.
I saw your tweet about some Michigan fans sending you a super chat. I'm just
Yeah.
curious what that was all about. Maybe you covered it already. I was a little late because I had to finish up some work.
No,
but
I did
what
not.
was that about?
Oh, we were just having a
No?
little
Okay.
fun.
You want
So
to cover it?
the Michigan fan, Nick, sent in a super chat, and he was talking about he was sick and tired of all the Michigan hate and blasphemy were the 2 words that he used in the super chat. And it was obvious to me that he was talking about me. Now,
Oh.
I don't really understand because in everything that I had to say before that, I was calling Michigan possibly the best team in the country.
Yeah, you've been
and being
complimentary.
being very complimentary. But I think he didn't like my top 25 where I placed Michigan
Okay.
because he doesn't understand the way I do it.
Hmm.
I have them at number 18 right now. That doesn't mean that I believe they're the number 18 team in terms of they are the 18th best team in the country. This is a complete reflection on playing no one.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a resume.
Right.
But though I explain this every time I reveal my top 25, they still don't understand it. So I'm guessing that's what he was. So, Erica, sometimes I like to be a little tongue in cheek, a little sarcastic. I like to play dumb, the whole thing. So I read it as though people out there are being blasphemous and Michigan haters.
Okay.
And so I basically
Gotcha.
said, Nick, we are bonding together. You and I were fighting against the Michigan haters out there. We will not stand for it. We will not tolerate it. And then I went off. Yeah.
You and Michigan against the world, right?
Yes. It's me, it's Nick, and Michigan against the world. Yes. Good way to put it.
I loved it because I had a feeling it was something like that. I loved it with the knocking off the helmets. I was laughing really hard. That gave me a laugh when I needed it today. So I appreciate that. My third and last comment, because I don't want to keep you too long. I just want to say something to the folks who drank the Illini Kool-Aid. And I'm not going to get too passionate. Like I said, I'm not going to start yelling or any of that stuff.
Yeah.
But they thought that the Illini would be the best thing since sliced bread this year.
You're right.
Okay. And I called out that could well be. But until I am proven otherwise, they're a one-hit wonder for me. And I'm not saying that just because I'm an Iowa fan. I'm not saying that just because it happens to be the university my cousins went to and we have like a healthy, banter about it.
Yeah.
I just need to see more than one good season. That's all. And I think that's a fair view. So I'm just here to say the Illini have not done it this season. I was wrong, or I was right. All the people who said I would be wrong and made all these comments that I was against Brett Bielema and all that, you're wrong. And furthermore, Brett is also a former Hawkeye, so why would I be completely against him? That makes no sense. So I just wanted to say, until proven otherwise, the Illini are still not the best thing since sliced bread, and they're still a one-hit wonder, and that's just how it is. And Brett, please prove me otherwise. Please do.
This is a great topic here, Erica. So you make all great points here, and even their one-hit wonder was an 8-5 team. It wasn't like
Right.
they tore up the the Big
They
Ten
didn't go to
West
the
or anything.
playoffs.
They
Like
didn't even win the
Iowa's an
division.
8-5 team most years.
Exactly.
So I'm not super impressed. Like I'm always saying, I want Iowa to be better, and the same like so an 8-5 Iowa would not impress me any more or any less than the Illini. But the Illini don't even appear they're going to be that this year.
No. So I appreciate your comments there. I got to say that as it was coming close to, and we've got Illini cast in the chat here.
Yeah.
So maybe they'll join us. Was my approach to my predictions this year. My complete mindset was on Wisconsin and Iowa and determining who's going to win that matchup and who's going to win the division. I was back and forth, and I picked them both to go 9-3. And I got to say that in talking to a few people on here, I don't want to throw Corey out there because I'm not positive what he said about Illinois, but I kind of thought he was a little high on Illinois. I'm not positive. And then our Minnesota guy that comes on here, Daniel House, he was on a couple shows and he was telling, and he's a big analytics guy and was like, Illinois is going to be great. And I'm picking them to win the division. And I was like, starting to question myself. I'm like, they lost one of the best running backs in the country. They lost their quarterback. They lost 3 players on defense that were drafted in the first 3 rounds of the NFL draft. I'm like, I don't think they're going to be that good. And I was starting to question myself thinking, I don't think they're going to be that good. I picked them like 6-6. And to your point, they were very fortunate to beat Toledo, a last second field goal. And they played FAU 2 weeks ago and beat them by 6 points. Yeah. And then Purdue blew them out in the second half.
Yeah. So I don't know. I just had to get that out of my system because, yeah, even though no Illini fan literally said the term or the expression white bread, I think they get what I'm, insinuating here. I'm not claiming they literally said that, but yeah. So until otherwise proven, the Illini are not good, and I'm excited for Iowa to beat them this year. So that's that.
Do you mind if I make somewhat of a comment/question to you about something that's, well, it's definitely football related because it has to do with our audience here, but it's kind of off the beaten path. And since you are a female, our numbers tell us that about 6% of the people that watch these live streams and videos are female. But there's you, Sharice will comment.
Cheryl.
Cheryl's a long timer. And other than that, so I'm just curious about, how many football fans or specifically college football fans do you know who are women?
Ooh, not many who are fans enough to watch a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
I sometimes talk about college football with coworkers and stuff like that. Like one of my coworkers is a big fan of Ohio State, and sometimes we'll banter back and forth about the Big Ten, but she's not a big enough fan where she would come on a show. It's nothing personal against your channel. It's just she's not going to go on YouTube and look up, Ohio State college football. So I think that's part of it. I think another part of it is I've been an Iowa fan for a while, and during the pandemic, one of the things I used to do to make the time pass by was go to my parents' house every Saturday and watch it. I mean, I always watched it, but that became an event, during the pandemic when nothing was happening. And plus, I am a graduate, too, of University of Iowa.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, 6%, that's lower than I would have even guessed.
I was just curious. Did you find our Iowa channel first?
Oh, goodness. I want to say maybe yes, because I think I found Corey before I found you.
Okay.
I think. Yeah, I think that was the order. I must have found Corey first. And then I saw that he was on a different channel besides From the Hawkeye of the Storm. And then I was like, oh, Voice of College Football. And then I came and, watched your videos, started watching your videos, and the rest is history.
Very good. Yeah, it seems like Corey and I have been doing this for a long, long time, but it was actually the summer before last season, 2 years ago, the 21 season.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That
That
sounds about right.
he found me and said, this is what I want to do. And I don't know if we decided to do an Iowa show immediately, but we just started recording some stuff together. And yeah,
it's always fun to, watch you guys. And obviously Corey's, an Iowa fan. But I know you respect Iowa, but you're not a fan of Iowa, so to speak. So it's nice to hear your takes as well sometimes. And, I usually hear a lot of, well, I shouldn't say that anymore. I was going to say I hear a lot of Iowa homers, but that's not true any longer. Because most people are getting to the point where they want Kirk gone, and I'm part of that band, as you know.
I have to say, Erica, that I was impartial watching the Iowa Michigan State game, and because there were some other games on, I wasn't like locked in on it. But once it got deep in the fourth quarter, about halfway through, and I thought, okay, this is close. It's like 13-all, and I think even Michigan State was up 16-13 sometime in the fourth. I'm like, okay, I got to watch this and really concentrate. And then I got to say, I basically laughed when Cooper DeJean brought that punt back for a touchdown, because I thought, first thing through my mind, number one, Iowa just won because their defense isn't going to blow this lead. And number two, this is more points given to Brian Ferentz that he didn't earn.
No way. Tell me about it. No kidding. I just, I don't want to be completely disrespectful to my team's coaches, but man, like, Brian needs to go, and I'm glad that Gary Barta is gone, because now there's a chance it might happen. In fact, I'm pretty certain that if Beth has any guts, she'll do it. And then I think personally what's going to happen, I agree with Corey on this, that they're going to say, Brian, thank you very much. You're gone. You didn't make your goals. And then Kirk is going to be like, well, if he goes, I go. And then I was going to be like, bye. See ya. I think that's what's going to happen. And then I think they need to call Bob Stoops straight away. Try to convince him, which I don't think they're going to, as much as I'd love to see it. I don't think it's going to happen because he doesn't like how football is currently. Like I know I've mentioned this to you before. I've watched his YouTube channel. He's not an NIL person. He thinks he seems to think recruiting's a bit dirtier than it used to be, which can't argue with that. So I don't think he would be interested. I will say that maybe if he ever wanted to come back to football or college football, that Iowa might be one of the choices, but I don't see it happening. So I think I would love to see Phil Parker do it, but he's already clearly said he doesn't want to be a head coach anywhere. He said that on multiple occasions. So I don't think he'll be convinced either. I think LeVar Woods might be good because even though he doesn't have experience play calling, I'm not saying he should be OC. I'm saying he should know who to call, and he's going to know to call the person who can overhaul the offense and get it right. Because that's just the type of person he is. He's not going to try and take over everything himself. He's going to get the right people around the team and rally them. And it's going to take a few years. It's not going to happen immediately. But I think that's definitely a good possibility that might happen.
I wonder if they could reel in Bob Stoops if they said, okay, we know that you don't want this job long term, but come in, make it a smooth transition, give us like 3 or 4 years. And while you're here, let's be on the lookout for somebody young and energetic and the next mastermind of this program. And we'll have you groom him. And when he's ready, then, and you could make this a really smooth transition.
You know what? I would actually be very much for that. And I think that if we're going to convince Bob to do anything, it would be something like that. So I think that's fantastic because Bob's another guy who, first of all, he's a Hawkeye, and Hawkeyes love having Hawkeyes on staff and keeping it, the tradition going. So I think that's obviously a definite plus. And he's also a guy, and he proved it on his own, at Oklahoma, who knows how to bring people in, like the right people on the team, on the coaching staff. So I think he'd be a great candidate for, a restructure, and then he can sail into the sunset. I think that'd be fantastic.
You're getting a suggestion of
Mel Tucker. You're not keep chopping. You're not serious with that suggestion. I can't take that seriously. I'm sorry.
All right, good stuff. Anything else, Erica?
That was it for me, but thanks for taking my call, and I'll probably come back later for the panel.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Have a good evening. Bye.
You too. All right. We get so buried with Ohio State and Michigan. It's nice to hear from Erica and others. Got yes, good to hear some Iowa talk. Maybe we'll get some other viewpoints in here. Speaking of which, we've got our guy Sonny checking in from the Illini cast. Hi, Sonny.
Mark, I'm so confused here. I
Okay.
don't. I want to know who exactly had Illinois winning anything special this year outside the normal outrageous fans that
Sure.
every
Okay.
fan base has.
I will say that for me, this is what I wrestled with Illinois. This was my basic snapshot of Illinois going into the season. Was I really like Brett Bielema. I think he's an excellent coach. I have a ton of respect for him, but lost Ryan Walters, lost, of course, the 3 selections in the NFL draft on the defensive side in the first, second, and third rounds, lost Chase Brown, lost Tommy DeVito. Although I was thinking, is Luke Altmaier going to be an upgrade? He probably is in terms of talent, but is he going to be able to step in with little to no experience? And so and looking at that type of NFL talent lost, if that's lost at Georgia, that's a different story. But I was thinking of Illinois as this is the team that has lost the most NFL talent of any team in America comparative to what they have remaining. And I just thought that they would take a decided step back. And I believe I picked them 6-6. I'd have to check. Now we've got a Minnesota guy, Daniel House. He's with Gophers Guru. He said his analytics, boom, loved Illinois. I think I'm going to pick them to win the West. I ran into a few other. I think that Phil Steele was high on, maybe not. I don't want to throw it out there because I don't have it in front of me, but I ran into a few folks that should have been unbiased and liked Illinois. And I didn't bring it up. It wasn't like I was on here ranting and saying, are people crazy picking Illinois to win the West? But I just heard this from a few different places.
Well, I don't know why I called in because you just basically used the exact talking points I was going to bring up. This
Sorry.
Illinois team has 12 players in the NFL right now from the last 2 seasons.
Wow.
As you said, this is not Bama. This is not Georgia. This team isn't reloading with the 4 or 5 stars. You're a big fan of Brett Bielema. I'm a huge big fan of Brett Bielema. He's not a big recruiter.
No.
He's a coacher. He coaches 3-star guys and builds them into 4 stars. He gets the select few 4 stars, builds them into, let's just say, 4.5 stars. He's a good team builder. Right now, our entire secondary is underclassmen at this point. And you're seeing it in the games right now. I know you brought up FAU, only winning by 6, but even in that case, context kind of matters.
Sure.
In the first quarter, FAU basically returned a fumble for a touchdown to make it 10-0. Then Illinois reeled off a dominant following 3 quarters. It was 23-10. FAU scored against basically Illinois' third stringers, and Illinois kneeled the ball a la Patrick Mahomes yesterday instead of scoring another touchdown. That game very easily could have been 30-10. If again, the general fan's not going to see that. I actually, I know that just for that case. But regardless, you're right. They should win by more than 6 points. I guess I'm just kind of surprised. I looked at most of the media polls. Obviously, as you mentioned, I do an Illinois podcast, and most had us 3rd or 4th in the division. And to be quite honest with you, Mark, if you take a look at our schedule, it can absolutely still happen. We're not going to win the division anymore, with that loss to Purdue. But realistically, there's no game left on our schedule that we can't win. We have some glaring issues on the offensive line. But it's not, am I more somber than I was before Saturday? Absolutely. But you just said that you predicted a 6-6 season. And if you take a look at what we have coming up, 6-6 is absolutely still plausible. And for someone who's just coming out of the Lovie Smith era, 6-6 would have been a dream. So, for me, we finished 8-5 and last year, and it may not be as, it might be looked down upon from Iowa fans or Wisconsin fans, but we're coming from different levels here. We won 5 games the year before, 3 games the year before that. We're trying to stay on a trajectory here, and again, we lost a lot of guys to the NFL, and we are not a football factory. So years like this are going to happen. And if during our down years, all of a sudden Illinois is finishing 6-6, I'll take that every single. If you told me that 4 years ago, I would have been incredibly excited.
If that in fact is going to be a down year, we'll just have to see.
Yeah, I mean, we may end up winning 2 games this year. We may end up winning 4 games this year, which but we have a young quarterback, who's going to be in our system for the next 2-3 years. Brett's known for recruiting offensive linemen. We just lost a couple to the NFL, and as you know, offensive linemen just take longer to develop in the college game. And so right now we lost a transfer to Auburn in the last minute, who was supposed to be a starter for us. So we're kind of just placing pieces around and trying to make it work. And, Brett's the first one who will tell you in all his press conferences, it's not working. And we're trying to figure out. But I mean, I just had to, chime in here with when I was hearing Illinois slander, when I just feel like you're kind of kicking a little dog that isn't necessarily, all that strong to begin with.
Okay. Well, to clarify some positives and negatives based on my viewpoint, looking at last season, 8-5, I thought that the team was actually better than that because the bowl game could have been won. People look at the score of 9 points. Well, they gave up a last-second field goal, and then they threw the ball all over the field, on one of those crazy, we were trying to pull out a miracle, and it was returned for a touchdown. So they had a lead with like 3 seconds left in the bowl game. That could have been won. They had Michigan on the ropes, should have won that game, should have managed the last 3 or 4 minutes of that game better, could have won at the big house against Michigan. I thought they were the best team in the division last year. They obviously beat Iowa and Wisconsin.
And
now this year, I will say, first of all, understand my power rankings. I guess I do those different than other people, so people are somewhat confused. They're basically almost like my top 25 rankings, a resume ranking. And to me, they just have the worst resume in the Big Ten. They needed a miracle to beat Toledo. They unimpressively beat FAU, and then they lost these other games by wide margins.
So then my question to you is, we can save this table it for tomorrow too, but look at Nebraska's schedule. Look at the losses that they have. Look at the victories that they have, and tell me what about their resume you like better than Illinois', because I think our losses are better than Nebraska's losses, and our victories are better than Nebraska's victories.
Okay. Well, we'll see how good Minnesota is, but Minnesota, Purdue, we could consider them to be on the same level.
Agreed.
Nebraska went on the road, and basically a quarterback gave the game away. Otherwise, they win against Minnesota. Like they had a touchdown lead with 2 minutes left in the game, whereas Illinois lost by 25 points to Purdue. They played a fairly competitive game against Colorado until late third quarter.
We can say the same thing about Penn State then, Illinois and Penn State. The game was close for 2.5 quarters.
Yeah, I guess 30-13 also is somewhat
final score.
It could have been worse. It was 30-7 for one thing. So the last score was meaningless. Yeah, I see Nebraska and everybody else's. Obviously, I see everybody's resume in the Big Ten to be better than Illinois'.
Fair enough. We're not going to agree on everything, Mark.
Yeah,
I'm looking at. I think Kansas would easily win the Big Ten West. Obviously they didn't look good against Texas, but they didn't have their quarterback. Illinois just does not match up well with running quarterbacks at all, and you kind of saw that exploited against Toledo and Kansas. I forget what I think. Nebraska's first victory was against NIU, who had just lost to an FCS team the week before. in SIU, and
And
then
beat Boston College.
well, a lot of teams are beating Boston College.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, FAU final score, you're right. It was pretty close, but the same way you're referencing the final score in the Penn State game, saying it could have been worse. I think the Illinois game could have been a lot worse too, because you're talking about 14 points swing in pretty much the last 5 minutes, where they scored against our third stringers. We just knelt the ball at their 1 yard line instead of running it in for an extra touchdown. But we'll see Friday, I guess.
Yes, we will see on Friday. So would it make you feel better if I said they were the second worst team in the Big Ten?
Baby steps, Mark. For a long time, we're the worst team. So,
And again, I'm not saying the worst, but to me, that's the worst resume.
Yeah.
I still would have to think Northwestern's the worst team in the Big Ten, but they're not playing like it necessarily.
Yeah, again, I thought that was a shoe-in for the last game of the year.
Everyone
in
did.
the win column, but now even that I gotta be a little bit nervous about, because our goal at this point is to go bowling, and we need to count on that Northwestern win at the end.
All right, sir. Well, we want to make sure that everyone knows that you can find the Illini Cast on Twitter and where
and on
else?
YouTube.
On YouTube. Okay.
Yeah, we're
very good.
on. We have a couple episodes a week on YouTube, and I'll be connecting with Mark very shortly.
Is there something I'm not aware of? Did we have something?
The Nebraska game tomorrow.
Oh, the Nebraska game. Yes. You will be on the Nebraska channel. Absolutely. Perfect.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Let's keep it rolling here at the Voice of College Football. Welcome in, Rob.
Hey, what's up, Mark?
Thanks for being patient. Not too
Oh,
much.
yeah.
How are you?
Hey, pretty good. So, yeah, I'm not, obviously, as a Notre Dame fan, I'm not really part of the Big Ten, even though it's the conference that I'm most, Notre Dame is most closely associated with in many people's minds, having played Michigan for so long, Michigan State, etc. But I just wanted to chime in on some comments earlier about, Michigan. Like, there was some comments like, oh, Michigan has a right to talk. Yeah, absolutely. Like, Michigan fans should feel good about their team this year. And this is an outsider's perspective, obviously, but Michigan fans should feel good about their team for sure. However, if you, as a Michigan fan, you have to think about what people on the outside that aren't Michigan fans are looking at your team and saying, hold the phone, because there's a lot of stats that they're talking about, like, oh, Michigan's this and this and this defensively. It's like, yeah, that's good, that's very good, but you've played nobody. And, like, I'm not saying that you wouldn't beat Notre Dame or Ohio State or Georgia or whatever. I'm not saying that, because we don't know. Like, we don't know the stats. The stats don't tell us anything until you play a better team, and that's coming up. So, like, once you play Penn State, once you play Ohio State, that's when you should start, like, really, stretching your legs and feeling better about yourself. But I just want to say, like, maybe hold the breath. I'm not saying all Michigan fans are like this, or all, and I'm not even saying, like, Notre Dame fans are great. I mean, obviously there's a bunch of idiot Notre Dame fans. I'm just saying, like, hold the brakes, like, wait, chill a little bit before you crown yourselves like the #1 team in the nation, because you haven't played anyone. That's just, I honestly, on a neutral field right now, I would take Ohio State over Michigan just because of the strength of schedule. I think Ohio State's played better teams, and their quarterback's gelling. He's playing better, and it's not just because you guys beat Notre Dame. It's just, I honestly think, I'd take Ohio State. I'd take Texas over Michigan right now. I think their schedule is easily better and more impressive than Michigan's. I don't know that I would take Georgia, but I probably still would. It's tough. Like, Georgia has not looked good, but they've played. I mean, they haven't played hardly anyone either. But I might take Michigan over Georgia. It's hard to say, but certainly Texas and some other teams. I might even take Florida State, even though they had a close game against Boston College. It's just, wins. You got to be. You got to play somebody better than Nebraska and Rutgers, in my opinion, to be crowned king of college football.
Well, I would agree. I do think that Michigan has an excellent team. And again, I think most of us, including myself, although I leave this out of my rankings, my perception of the team has much to do with knowing that they accomplished what they did last year and the year before, and most of those players are coming back. So it would be different than if Indiana had done exactly the same thing Michigan's done to date. If Indiana had done that, they wouldn't be given near the respect that Michigan is.
Right.
And part of that's understandable. It is understandable because we know the talent that's transitioned from the previous teams. But if we're just basing it on what has transpired this season, and try to put up blinders about recruiting and leftover talent, it's they've played well against bad teams.
Yeah, yeah, and again, I'm not hating on Michigan. I think they have a great team, but I don't know that there is, and a lot of people have said this, including yourself. I don't know that there's an elite team in college football this year. There's a lot of really good teams. There may be a couple of great teams, but like truly elite, like the last couple of year Georgias, the 2020 Bama. Heck, even the 2014 Ohio State. I mean, I don't know that we have any teams like that in the field this year. I don't think we do. Yeah, and that's including Michigan. I think Michigan is probably a really good team, maybe a great team, but we just don't know until we see them play a higher caliber opponent and see them get tested a little bit.
Rob J is making a comment here that the Big Ten makes the conference schedule, not Michigan. That is correct, of course. However, Michigan scheduled UNLV, East Carolina, and Bowling Green. Michigan made that schedule.
Yeah, and that's just it. I mean, you've probably seen this before. I mean, people have ripped Notre Dame's schedule over the years, and it's like, well, why, they're not playing anyone. Well, at the time when they scheduled teams like USC, they were hot, before USC like slid into their slump. And it's not Notre Dame's fault that USC slides into a slump, but like Notre Dame's always scheduling at least a couple of really tough teams every year. I mean, this year we have USC, we had Ohio State. We had to go immediately to Duke after Ohio State. Duke's a really good team this year. Then we got to go play undefeated Louisville. So it's like, we schedule. That's the benefit of being independent. We get to schedule these teams that are good and like across the country and out of conference, quote unquote, out of conference. Michigan scheduled some cupcakes, and yeah, they're going to have to play Penn State. I'm excited to see how they play Penn State and really Ohio State. I think everyone obviously is looking forward to the game again this year, but I think, again, and I'm not ripping Michigan. I think Michigan's a really good team. I just think some of the fans, again, not all the fans, but some of the fans are like, hey, Michigan's, going to smoke everyone. We're the best team, and it's not even close. It's like, pump the brakes a little bit.
Well, I got to say that back in the days when Notre Dame was scheduling Michigan, Michigan State, and Purdue, I thought, and of course USC, etc., that Notre Dame generally had, from year to year, no specific year, but generally over the course of time, had the toughest schedule in the country. I used to say that all the time, that Notre Dame had the toughest. Now that has transitioned to 5 or 6 ACC games,
yeah,
that has lightened the load, that's for sure. Although, yes, this season, Duke, Clemson's still a good team. It's a formidable schedule. Notre Dame has no reason to apologize for its schedule any such way any year, because even I know that there's been once or twice in the last 5 years where Notre Dame's schedule was not that tough, but they had names on their schedule that just on that particular year, Virginia Tech was down, and they've obviously been down, but were really good before that. And USC, of course, was down, and Stanford was down, and that really capsized the schedule.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think in years past we definitely had one of the toughest, if not the toughest, schedules. Going to the more ACC centered schedule has hurt our strength of schedule overall. Although I am glad to see the ACC is getting a little stronger now. But yeah, I
Yep.
just wanted to chime in as an outsider, kind of in my opinion. I think the Big Ten is fascinating. I think there's a lot of, I mean, Penn State's a great team. I think Ohio State's a great team. Michigan. I mean, there's a lot of really strong teams in the Big Ten. I think it's cool to see them getting revived, so to speak, to where they're actually competing with the SEC again. Because again, as a Notre Dame guy, I'm always like, well, if we were to join a conference, I would prefer it to be the Big Ten. I think it's the one that we're closest to.
Sure.
But anyways, I just wanted to make a couple points and get out of here. Let you get some other callers on.
I will ask you a quick question if you've got 5 seconds, Rob, before I let you go.
Yeah.
In the time that you've listened to me, especially this off season leading into this season, how do you believe that I've been fair to Notre Dame?
Oh yeah, I think you get on the idiot Notre Dame fans, because like every fan base has morons that like unfortunately represent the rest of us.
Yeah.
And I think you should go after the idiot Notre Dame fans, just as you should go over or after the idiot fans of all the fan bases out there, because there's a lot of fans that unfortunately represent some of the more cool-headed fans. So yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
Very good. I was just curious. All right, Rob. Well, thanks for the call. We always appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good one.
All right. We had a couple people in the chat that were requesting the links in the chat. Folks, I probably shouldn't even bring this up, but I will anyway, because it's going to be quite some time. But we will have a call-in line. And for many of you who were watching, probably even inside 2 years, we did have a call-in line for maybe 2 years. And really what happened there was we purchased a call-in line, and it does cost. It's like $12 to $15 per show, plus some other fees. And so anyway, we get this call-in line, and that worked out well because it's easier for a lot of people that don't want to go through all the technology to call in. But we had some issues with my earpiece. And actually, I've gotten so used to doing it this way, I'm going to hate going back to an earpiece. But anyway, that we used to take calls, and there was something wrong with the audio board, and we had a short, and I could not figure it out. I bought a new line, and I bought a new earpiece and the line that goes to the board, and we did some troubleshooting and just couldn't figure it out. Well, in the meantime, I started taking calls like this because I thought, well, if I bring in guests like this, I can bring in callers like this. And immediately people loved it, and they loved that the audio is clearer than it is for a phone call. And so I thought, well, why am I paying $12 to $15 per show for a call-in line? But I do believe that we're going to get more traffic and a greater diversity of callers, which we want. We want different people to be able to interact with the show. So we will do a call-in line. We've got a call-in line for the USC show, but I don't have my whole complement of equipment ready and here, and I'm in a bit of a transition. So audio board and camera and all that business that I need for a phone line, I do not have set up. So as soon as we get moved and set up, we will get a call-in line, and I know a lot of you would take part in that. So we do want to hear from more people, considering that we usually have, like we do right now, 150 people in here that would love to hear from many of you. Some of you just want to kick back and listen to other people. That's great as well. The Big Ten schedule looks like this weekend: Nebraska at Illinois. So we've got 2 teams there that are in search of their first conference win. So somebody's going to get it on a Friday night, Nebraska, Illinois. We will go live after the game. So roughly 11:30, unless it's a blowout, then we'll jump in sometime in the second half. But if it's a close game, we will jump in right at the end of Nebraska, Illinois on Friday night. Then on Saturday, most important game has to be Maryland, Ohio State, in the most anticipated possible close game. The Terps are a 21-point underdog, and they've been playing some good football. The Charlotte team that they beat after being down 14-0 a few weeks ago turned around and played a rather representative game, I will say, in the swamp against Florida. Only lost 22-7. Maryland, of course, bloodied Michigan State pretty well, 31-9. They took out Indiana this last weekend by 27 points, which was a bigger score than Ohio State put on Indiana. So Maryland at Ohio State, and this is going to be the first testing ground for Maryland in particular to say, okay, last year they played a really strong game for close to the full game against Ohio State. That game was 37-30 Buckeyes with about 2 or 3 minutes left. And then Ohio State got a scoop and score on Zach Harrison just came off the edge and just blew up Talia Tagovailoa. And the Buckeyes won the game by 2 touchdowns. But it was a close game. And Maryland went to Ann Arbor last year. They were always down by 1 score, 2 scores, back to 1 score. So they never seriously threatened, but at the same time, a lot of bad things happened to them on that day. They fumbled the opening kickoff that set up Michigan inside the 10. They had an interception in the end zone where the guy's foot came down out of bounds. Otherwise, they would have picked off J.J. McCarthy in the end zone. They also had a play in which Michigan trapped the ball, and for whatever reason, replay went to sleep and gave Michigan an interception. So they played themselves a tough game in Ann Arbor last year as well, and only lost 34-27, I believe, was the final. I don't remember the Maryland-Penn State game. I think they got walloped by Penn State last year, I think. I'll have to look that game up and see if it comes back to me. Maryland, Penn State last year. Yes. 30-0 Penn State. So Maryland's got something to prove here. I don't expect them to win in Columbus. Of course, if they did, I wouldn't be totally shocked either. I think they have the capability to win the game. But I think it's fair that they're a 21-point dog. You know, this game could easily be 45-24. There's a 41 or a 21-point difference. But they could play Ohio State close for sure. And it's going to show something if they do, especially in Columbus. Rutgers at Wisconsin. Wisconsin has 1 win in the Big Ten, fairly impressively defeating Purdue by 3 touchdowns. I think Wisconsin's had an okay start. We have gotten to see how strong Washington State is. They beat Oregon State by 10 points, a really good Oregon State team. And Wisconsin pretty much lost to Washington State because they turned the ball over. They fumbled the ball. There was a scoop and score by Washington State against Tanner Mordecai, and Ches Malusi had a fumble when they drew within 2 points with 4 or 5 minutes left. So Wisconsin, I don't want to say they gave it away because that would take away credit from Washington State, but Wisconsin's, they're pretty good. They're coming along. I do think they're one of the 25 to 30 best teams in college football. So Rutgers, this is a challenge for sure to see whether they can even score much in this game. Howard at Northwestern. Many of us were looking at this game thinking this is the only game Northwestern's going to win the entire season, and Northwestern's won 2 games already. So Northwestern looking to go to 3-2, and what a accomplishment that would be for Ben Braun and company. Ben Bryant, the Northwestern quarterback, threw for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns in that big comeback against Minnesota. Kyle Curtis, Northwestern's big wide receiver, caught 10 balls for 215. Purdue at Iowa. Purdue, of course, won the division, and I was reminded by the Aiden O'Connell sighting I had yesterday. He started I had the Red Zone Network on, and I saw Aiden O'Connell was starting for, and I can't remember who. But anyway, he got his first NFL start. It might have been the Raiders. Purdue at Iowa. Hudson Card turning the ball over too much. The Purdue offense turning the ball over too much. That obviously has to stop. They can't do that at Iowa. But no Cade McNamara, Deacon Hill. How good is he? He's good enough to be the backup quarterback at Wisconsin. Purdue, despite winning the West last year, had Iowa come in and completely blast them 24-3. Caleb Johnson at 200 yards rushing in that game. So I do expect Iowa to bounce back. And, off the loss a couple of weeks ago, they did bounce back, of course, defeating Michigan State. But that was closer than I anticipated. And take on Purdue. Then we got Michigan and Minnesota. Minnesota, this is not the Minnesota team we've seen in recent years. The 11-2, 2019, the 9-4 the last 2 years. It's not that caliber of Minnesota team. The defense isn't nearly as strong as that team. The last couple of years that finished in the top 5 to 10 in the country. They don't have a Mo Ibrahim. Darius Taylor, though, is a really good running back. Ethan Kalkimanis, I got to say, he has disappointed me to a certain extent. I thought he was going to be an improvement over Tanner Morgan. So Michigan, I'm sure the number is big. I'm going to say they're probably a 24-point favorite at Minnesota would be my guess. We'll give that a look. So it's not a great schedule of games in week 6. It's Ohio State, Maryland, and Purdue and Iowa could be close, probably will be close just because that's the way Iowa plays against everybody. Rutgers could challenge Wisconsin, but then again, who doesn't expect that game to maybe be 27-13, Iowa win 20-10, and Michigan completely wipe the field with Minnesota. So not a great weekend, especially if Ohio State takes care of business. There may be no really good games in the Big Ten. All right. I appreciate all these super chats coming in. Thank you so much for those. I'm going to look those over right now. Here we go. Mike Anderson, that's very kind of you, sir. Thank you so much for the contribution. Thank you, Mike. D2K2. Kentucky played Florida with Graham Mertz. Not much better than Nebraska. Kentucky played Florida with Graham Mertz. Not much better than Nebraska. Well, I know you're not giving a whole lot of respect to Graham Mertz. I get it. Graham Mertz is better than anything Nebraska's got. They would love if you called Matt Rule today and said you could have Graham Mertz. He would love that. D2K2, thank you for the contribution. Appreciate that. Notre Dame is good this year. And to Rob's point, these last 2 weeks have not been easy for Notre Dame to play one of the most talented teams in the country. And we'll see if Ohio State is a playoff team. But they're usually, it would be an aberration for them not to be a playoff team or to be within that close of being a playoff team, because that's what they've been. Think about this. The worst Ohio State has done in the playoff era when they haven't made the playoff is be number 5. That's what they've done every year. It's not like they were like number 17 one year or something. They've either been in the playoff or they've been number 5. All right. So they are on the cusp of a playoff every year if they don't make it. Why did I bring that up? There was a reason. Oh, Notre Dame, of course, played Ohio State. We'll see how good the Buckeyes are, but we know that they're ultra talented. And then Notre Dame had to turn around and go to, and I know this is not a Notre Dame show. This is a Big Ten show, Mark. Keep it on track, but we got a super chat right there. Okay. Notre Dame then went to Duke, and we can all be overcritical. And I'll point to myself as well, thinking just everybody has to be great all the time. And that was an ugly win, and they barely won. And hey, they won the game, and Duke is a really capable football team. They are really well coached. And so just to survive that game, and to pull it out, man, think where Notre Dame could be right now. Think where their team could be, and the fan base between the ears if they would have blown that game. And they were close to blowing that game. So Notre Dame is probably right where they should be, because those two games were so close, both of them, that it's probably fair that they won one and lost one. As good as 2019 when they went 11-2 and they defeated Iowa State in the whatever it's called, Russell Athletic Bowl. Well, they got a better quarterback now than Ian Book. I think they're very comparable teams. They're extremely comparable teams. That tight end that they've got, he's just the next in line. He's the next Michael Mayer. Evans, that dude he's just another Notre Dame tight end. So they are exceptional at the tight end position. They've got another tremendous offensive line. Audric Estime is a tremendous running back. They're Notre Dame. So I know that Notre Dame fans don't want to hear about Brian Kelly, but you've got another Brian Kelly kind of team right now outside of the quarterback. We've got Mike Anderson coming back in. We appreciate you, Mike. We only lost because of 2 pick sixes. Oh, Mike talking about, yeah, I completely get both sides of that. I can empathize and back up and support the TCU fan who says, hey, we won the game. And again, it's not like this is the best example I can come up with. Purdue just running roughshod over Ohio State in 2018 when every other game the entire season showed that Ohio State was much better. That just was a magical night for Purdue. But Ohio State's a 13-1 Rose Bowl winning team that finished number 3 in the country, and Purdue's 6-7. Like every other result says Ohio State's better, but Purdue was just couldn't do anything wrong that night. This is different because TCU and Michigan were obviously comparable otherwise. But I do understand the Michigan fan saying, come on, look at what everything went wrong. Totally get both sides. Just like I can get the Ohio State side, of course I can, that says, we were that close to beating Georgia. But Georgia won the game. All right. Georgia Reload, good timing there. Let's do some super chats. I apologize. I know sometimes it takes me a while to get to the super chats. So I apologize if some of you leave a super chat and then you've got to leave the chat and move on and probably don't see me or hear me go through the super chats, but I appreciate that. Mike 3883, thank you so much for your contribution. What is your personal top 3 to 5 greatest, most dominant teams of all time? 2001 Miami. Let's keep this in my lifetime. And no, I'm not going to tell you when I was born. Miami 2001. I tell you, the Notre Dame team, 1988-89, I know they didn't win a national championship in 89, but if you look back at those teams and how good they were, the Nebraska 95 team that just trucked Florida in the Fiesta Bowl, if you look, that is the last team that was not challenged by anyone. Every national championship team had those one-offs where they got scared by somebody. That Nebraska team had no games like that. None. They whipped everyone. I'm partial to, even though their numbers really don't say it, that 2014 Ohio State team, in terms of producing NFL players, great NFL. Michael Thomas sets, the NFL all-time record for receptions his first 4 years. Zeke Elliott, a rushing champion in the NFL twice. Those kind of Nick Bosa, Joey, like those kind of players in the NFL. Crazy good talent. The LSU, here's an underrated team. They did not win a national championship. The 2011 LSU team, look at their schedule. They played a murderer's row and beat everyone. And John, I kind of think that if under a different system, like if they would have played back in the old days, they would have obviously stayed away from Alabama the second
Right.
time. And you know what I think that was? That was Nick Saban having a month to prepare the second time for LSU. And no offense, Les Miles, you're no Nick Saban. you
Right.
pretty much just roll the athletes out there and let them. So that's
Yeah.
a mismatch in coaching. And
When you have
Bama
the
blew 'em out.
GOAT on one side, and then you've
Yes.
got Les Miles on the other, and look, Les Miles has Michigan roots and whatever, but it's Nick Saban.
And Les Miles, oh, great recruiter. Let's forget the personal stuff. Let's not
Yeah.
even get into that
Yeah.
stuff. Just talk about football coach.
Yeah.
Excellent football coach, motivator, all that, recruiter, but a mastermind with the X's and O's. No,
No.
that's not Les Miles. He's chewing grass on the sidelines. I used to have so much fun on here. He took away a lot of content from me, Les Miles, when he moved on, because about 4 times a year I could get on here and go, "What's he doing? He had this. He shouldn't have called a timeout then. He did."
Well, how about for a coach that gives content? How about Ed O and the
Oh, yeah.
2019 LSU team?
Yeah.
Because that was, in my view, just a stratospheric
Oh, sure.
team. From Joe Burrow to Brady to Aranda's last year as defensive coordinator. Just being like, very few teams like are able to beat Alabama especially in that era of when Alabama was just beating
Sure.
up on everybody except Clemson, basically.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Erica, thank you so much. Of course, Erica called earlier, and she will be most likely calling back. A healthy Deacon Hill is better than an injured Cade McNamara. He's got an arm, kind of like a poor man's Nate Stanley. He really needs game time and development, and he is playing in some ways for just the right team, because they don't just check down to the back, find the tight end, just don't screw it up. Go 10 for 18 for 93 yards passing, no picks.
Don't
that.
fumble the bag. That's all you got to do. Just keep the train running.
Yes. There is a pick 6 coming on defense, or a punt return for a touchdown or something that just get a couple first downs and punt to the other end. Yeah, Uncle Rico, appreciate you being here. For perspective, Georgia has had the number 1, 2, or 3 rushing defense yards per carry the last 3 years. Currently, they are 67th.
Wow.
Definitely not the same Georgia. And to emphasize your point, Uncle Rico, they've played UT Martin, UAB, some other patsy that I'm forgetting right this second. So actually, the back half of the schedule is, those teams did that after they played a full SEC schedule, plus playoff games, plus an SEC championship game, and still did that. So that's even more amplified.
And here's a stat that's interesting. Georgia is 14th in the country in opponent points per game, 13. Normally they're in the top 3 or 4 in the country.
Yeah.
Georgia defense. I mean, offense, I get, some years they're better than others, but you still have Brock Bowers, one of the best tight ends I've ever seen. So I don't know. Yeah, Uncle Rico, good one.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it this year with a little bit more guile and cunning and poise and championship grit and all that, because they're not a dominant team.
Yep. And I am getting people, and I knew I would, getting people, I did make an Iowa prediction. And so rightfully so, we're getting some comments about it. I did say anybody could call into the Michigan show last week, but not everybody attends the Michigan show, so I'm ready. Come at me.
What was your Iowa? Are you talking about a season-long prediction? You talking about last week?
I thought Iowa was, when they had everybody,
yeah,
I thought that they would go 11-1.
Okay, I remember that. Yeah.
And I thought that they could beat Penn State at Penn State, which was the boldest I went, was that I thought that they could. And, that was before oh, I don't know, their best running back got injured. Their backup running back got injured. Their best tight end got injured. And now Cade's injured.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just context.
Exactly. Well, John, we appreciate you being here, of course. And John is going to take us home. John is your man for the Ocho. And here we are. It is Ocho hours.
Yes, it is.
The Ores, I believe, would be the Espanol for hours, something like that. That's the best I can do right now.
Or us. There you go. Yeah.
Yes. All right, John. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. And here we go. I am back. Yes, I am, for another episode of the Ocho, the 8 p.m. block here at the Voice of College Football Big Ten Live show. We do already have people in the queue. I'm just going to do a couple of quick housekeeping notes here. Obviously, my name is John D'Adamo. I'm going to take you through the next 2 hours. I host Big Ten Live, the Ocho, as well as Michigan Wolverines Live at the new time, 8 p.m. Eastern, tomorrow night, with Tanner Wooten, Blue by 90. And we also have special guests. Last week, we had John Johnston from Corn Nation, who was awesome. And we'll have more special guests as the week goes on. Please hit the like button if you haven't yet. There's 129 people watching. Hit the like button. It takes 2 seconds. If you like the content that we put out there, that Mark Rogers puts out there, please hit the like button. It just takes a minute. When you do your shopping on Amazon, click that link, get Mark Rogers a couple of bucks. We do have our Patreon, Discord, and YouTube membership going, where for just $2.99, you can get access to Mark's betting guide, the under the radar picks, and all the things that we do there. And we'll talk a lot more about some of these other things, but I don't want to waste any more time. We have 4 people on the line. So let's begin with our buddy Jackson Johnson, host of the Jackstonian. Welcome back to the Ocho, man.
Thank you for having me back on another magnificent episode of the Ocho, my friend.
Yes, I know I was gone for a week. Sometimes I take a week off. I know it's shocking, but sometimes I have other things to do. And so people are like, well, you were ducking the Iowa because you made the Iowa prediction. And I said, no, you can call in to the Michigan show. I had the line open and Mike Fort took me up on it. But, sometimes things, life happens. So I'm back and very excited to be back. We also have Sean Garner here. Sean, welcome back to the Ocho.
Oh, what did I do to get placed with such handsome young gentlemen? Feel out of place here. Yeah.
Well, that's very nice of you to say. And we also a fellow Buckeye. We have Buckeye Mike in the house. Hey, Buckeye Mike, what's up?
Oh man, it feels good to be back. How y'all doing?
Hey,
doing all right.
Great, man. Great to have you back. We also have another on-location call from the man, the myth, the legend, Will N.D.
What's up, everyone?
Hello.
How's it going?
What's up?
Great to see you, man. And then we've got Erica Goldberg in the house. Welcome back, Erica. Yes.
What's
Oh,
up?
hello.
What's up, Erica?
Let's see here.
Oh, that's good.
Oh no, you come on in, Erica. Come on in. You don't need to wait. And then last but not least, we've got Dave Valensky.
Thank you.
Hey,
Dave,
how's it going?
Minnesota Dave.
It's been 2 weeks and I'm still feeling pain from the.
Erica, I'm sorry about the news that happened today with Kay McNamara.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the best, but honestly, he was just so injured that he wasn't performing up to his potential anyway. And I'm excited to see what our QB2 from Wisconsin can do.
Yeah, one question, should Cade have even been in the game? I know he's been playing through some bad injuries.
We will get to all that. We will get to all that in just a second. Because actually, we are going to start with a topic because somebody got fired yesterday. So we're going to start with this. Indiana OC Art Bell has been fired after the what do we want to call it, generously shellacking by Maryland on Saturday. Art Bell was fired, and the question that I have that I've actually been asking.
Quick correction. I believe it's Walt Bell.
Oh, is it Walt Bell?
Yeah, he's the former
I'm
UMass
sorry.
coach.
Why did I say Art?
Former
Yeah,
UMass
Walt Bell.
coach, former Maryland.
No,
OC.
you're right. And I'm sure I have 10 comments saying that in the yes, it was a mistype, people. All right. So we've got Walt Bell was fired, and then replacing him, Rod Carey.
Former Northern Illinois coach, right?
Northern Illinois. Yeah, and he was the quality control coach.
I have to say, I'm jealous of that because I want my OC to be gone too.
You know,
Just saying the
sometimes
truth.
people take action. You know, and I know it's crazy, but sometimes even Tom Allen, who you know, he's been going 2-3 wins a year. You know, he took action, and you gotta applaud that. And yeah, Erica, our next topic will be about that. So
Oh boy, I don't know how much more
yes.
that I can talk about.
Oh yes, we're gonna go there.
Do we have to talk about Brian again?
Oh, it's not just Brian. We're gonna do.
I know where we're going, but anyway.
Okay. So I have to ask here. You know, Tom Allen, obviously, you know, we've talked about this on the show before. Obviously, in 2019, 2020, he had some really good coaches. Mike Hart being one of them. Yeah, and since then, he hasn't really been able to strike gold on the offense, the offensive side of the ball. So I guess the question is, can Tom Allen do it, or is he going to need to be replaced at the end of the year? Jackson, what do you think?
Well, we don't know what's going to happen with Indiana, but it's not a good situation in Bloomington.
Yeah. If Only Talk Sports wants to come in, I'll bring you right into the panel if you want to comment. But yeah, I just don't really understand what's going on there. You know, they did have some good years. Kevin Wilson, you remember back in those days, and Tom Allen is, you know, like I said, 19, 20, things were all right.
When Wilson was there, Indiana actually had a really dynamic, threatening offense. They couldn't stop a runny nose, so they would go 5-7 or something like that every year. But like that was their bread and butter for a long time. Was they like Ben Chappell at quarterback, and you know, a bunch of good receivers, and they slowly became a defensive program, and now their defense isn't good either. Isn't that good? So. They're back to the Indiana I remember, just being terrible at everything. And Allen will be gone at the end of the year. 90%. 90%.
Dave, what do you think about this?
I wish after the Northwestern game, I think Minnesota should have fired a bunch of people. And that's all I can think about. I'm sorry, I don't pay attention to Indiana football enough to.
Oh, you're good. You're good.
Really make a statement.
Hey, welcome back, Buckeye Mike.
Sorry about that. I had a phone call.
You are all good. We just wanted to cover our breaking news, sort of breaking news. It happened yesterday. Indiana OC Walt Bell got fired after the shellacking by Maryland. And so the question of like, can Tom Allen actually hire a competent offensive coach since Mike Hart and their OC in 2019? And somebody's going to know it.
Kalen DeBoer.
There it is.
Yep.
It's at the tip of my tongue. Yep, Kalen DeBoer.
Yep.
And so yeah, it's just can he strike gold again, or is this it? You know. Buckeye Mike, do you have a thought?
Well, I just was going to make it short and sweet, but I think, you know, I'm sure he can. It's just a matter of who's out there that you can get that is competent enough to replace him. I haven't looked too much into this. I haven't looked into this at all yet, but I think it's possible, but I think job and time at Indiana will hinge on this next move, I would assume.
Yeah.
I want to make a quick point. I think Indiana, if you're putting together a short list of the toughest jobs in the Power Five, Indiana has to be right up there.
Yep.
Think about this. Indiana isn't a great football state, really. But when they do produce like great elite players and talent, Indiana and even Purdue have basically no shot at them. They get poached by Notre Dame, Michigan, Ohio State, and even the SEC will come in there. I mean, like they can't even get the best players. When you can't get the best players in your backyard, you're pushing a rock way uphill here.
Absolutely. Erica, Will, any thoughts on the Indiana situation?
Well, I already shared my thoughts. I'm jealous.
Yeah. Will, you're back.
I
see.
mean, I'm rooting for Indiana for my pal Jeffrey, but I think I don't know. I think it's impossible to go in that job and be able to win in the Big Ten East. Like even if they nail the hire, I just don't think. I feel like they're a tier below Rutgers right now, so it's going to be really tough for the Hoosiers. Maybe they can beat Purdue, but I don't know, man. It's going to be tough to have any success at Indiana right now.
Yeah, well, and we started to talk about it a little bit, and I think it's finally time to have the conversation.
Oh, I like this one.
And
Is it though?
and I will say this, and this is
an
a rant.
intervention, okay.
This is a rant because I really, really, really didn't like that Cade McNamara played against Western Michigan. Number one, I think they should have had the backup in so he could nurse his injury. It's number one. So I think poor player management. Fire Kirk Ferentz for that. Fire Kirk Ferentz for the fact that Brian Ferentz is still the offensive coordinator after the fecal matter he has put out there on the field the last couple of weeks. And if it wasn't for Cooper DeJean, Iowa might have lost to maybe the worst Michigan State team in
the history of Michigan State for a long time.
Yeah, since like before D'Antonio or like
or since like the Bobby Williams era, probably now right here.
Really, really, really bad Michigan State team. Like, so I'm going to step up, and Bilal has alluded to this in chat. Yes, I predicted when everybody was healthy that Iowa could go into Penn State and win. Okay, but I didn't think that we would have injuries like this, especially the top running back, and B, the fact that the play calling was so like uninspired, boring, just like too old school, like not innovative in the slightest. I actually think it improved a little tiny bit this past week, and they started bringing in a couple of Michigan concepts with Eric All. But I just don't understand. So Erica, is it time?
What'd you say?
Is it time? Is it time to let him go?
Well, actually, you're behind me because I've been saying this for a while, to be really blunt. Obviously, as everyone knows, I'm an Iowa fan, but I'm not a homer and I'm not blind. So I've been saying that Brian should be gone for probably 2 years.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're going to fire Kirk, but what I do think is going to happen is they're going to fire Brian, and then Kirk's going to give an ultimatum, and he's not going to like the university's answer. That's what I think is going to happen. I know Corey said the same thing on his channel, and I 100% agree with him.
Mm-hmm.
Brand new AD there now, too, right?
Correct.
So,
yeah.
So it's not beholden to the good old boy network.
That's right.
True, but she's only as we speak today on October 2nd, she's only an interim AD right now. So I don't know if she's going to feel empowered to fire Kirk. I do think she will have to fire Brian because for those who haven't watched Iowa football, like who didn't watch this weekend, there were chants of fire Brian throughout Kinnick Stadium.
Do you think there's a decent chance they'll get a permanent AD in by December when this decision will have to be made?
I think that they're going to keep Beth on, who's the current interim. I think they're going to keep her on. And yeah, I think that they're going to have to, make her the official AD without the interim tag on there, if you will, because yes, decisions are going to have to be made. And if the university is at all smart, they realize this.
Yeah, it's really hard for an interim AD to fire a coach who's been there for 23 years, and we'll probably have multiple buildings on campus named after him someday.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, like I said, do I think Kirk's going to be fired? No. I think the way he gets out of the building is that they fire Brian and he says, well, if you're going to fire my son, I'm out of here. And then the university will say goodbye. That's what I think is going to happen. And that's what I want to see happen because, you know, Kirk is tarnishing his own reputation at this point. And if you ask me, he's been doing so for 3 years, ever since P. Trash was our starting quarterback. He's been just tarnishing our reputation, which is pathetic. And I'm so tired of hearing about our offense, which all the criticism is merited. I'm not saying it in that regard. I'm not saying it like that because the offense does stink. But it gets exhausting to hear it. And it gets exhausting when, that's all we hear about Iowa football, when the truth is there's more to Iowa than just, like the fact they have a sucky offense. And it's also frustrating as an Iowa fan because we could be contenders for something much better if we had a good offense.
Sean, Sean, I'm gonna just real quick with you. There's ways to fire somebody without officially saying you're fired, right? We've seen this where people get moved up to the front office, and they make moves like that where it's not an official firing, but it's we thank you for your many years of service, and here's a administrative position at Iowa, and thank you, and let's go to Elko.
The D'Antonioing.
D'Antonioization.
Yeah, that's another good question. Would Mike Elko leave Duke for Iowa? Because I
think for sure
Iowa's got that Big Ten TV contract money. So
big money.
Yeah, they've got big corn, big aggro behind them. They can.
Well, and
okay, Mike.
So that was going to be my question. Is like the only problem with firing Kirk Ferentz is if you look at the landscape of college football, the coaches teams have. It's an entire fire Ryan Day conversation all over again with a different team. Who are you going to get to replace him? That's
not hard. That's not hard. Like Iowa's contrary to what some people might think, Iowa's a good job because exactly TV contracts and money, and we have decent NIL, and it keeps growing because we have, I don't know if everyone's heard, but Iowa has an NIL program now, and we have agreements with a beer that they made for the Swarm, which is one of our collectives, and we also have a vodka now. So there's tons of money coming in because we know those Iowa fans like their beer, right?
Hey,
Yeah, I would say I'm a very close follower of college wrestling, and I know all the money Iowa has in the NIL. They cleaned up in the transfer portal this offseason. Just cleaned it up.
I want Iowa to get like a new, young offensive mind. That's what I want Iowa to get.
Yeah, me too.
And I'm sure there's a lot of good ones out there that would be willing to go to Iowa City. So, there's a lot of good ones out there. So just get one of them, get them to stay. And hey, if they can keep Phil Parker, that would be great. But at least get someone from Phil's staff to stay on to be the defensive coordinator. And I think Iowa can be a top 15 program.
Yep, I agree.
Any final thoughts on the Iowa situation, Erica?
I could talk all night about it, but I think we've looked at it from quite a few angles already, and
I appreciate it.
I do hope that the university does the right thing. They're going to have no choice because they're going to lose. I think seriously we're at a point we're going to lose donors and stuff like that, and there are people talking about canceling their season tickets, and there's a board that I'm on that talks about Iowa, and a lot of people are like, oh, they're just faking. They're not going to cancel their season tickets. I think they're not kidding this time. Because some people said that last year, but I think now we're at such a point that people weren't kidding.
Well, it's not even an enjoyable product to watch. Like if you like, who wants to go and watch a bunch of 10-6 football every week?
I enjoy watching Cooper DeJean.
There we go. Rob J has a suggestion.
No. You think you're so inventive, Rob? You're not the first who said that and who's said it like sarcastically. Come on, be more creative.
Yeah.
So I have one last thing on this. So, what if? Because I think it's at a point where obviously Iowa is not going to meet the criteria to keep Brian.
Right.
What if they go ahead and fire Brian during their bye week or
That won't
as soon as
happen.
possible?
That will not happen. I can guarantee you it won't happen. They don't make changes in the middle of the season. They just don't do it.
It's not the Iowa way.
It's not the Iowa way. It really isn't.
No.
Okay, I have to kind of do a little analogy here.
Sure.
I feel like maybe it's just because they're both back in black and gold, but I feel like the Steelers and Matt Canada and Iowa and Brian Ferentz are very similar situations.
That's what I was thinking too, because
Yeah.
they are similar. I mean, they got similar uniforms, they got similar thinking. I mean, they don't have the heart to fire coaches, and
yeah,
you know, they keep their coaches for a long time.
I don't think in this case it's got to do, and Brian, I'll say in Brian's case, it doesn't have anything to do with having heart or not.
Right.
It's just the fact that he's the head coach's son.
Yeah, because I mean, you know,
Let's
Iowa.
be honest about
yeah,
this. you know?
True, because I mean, you know, I'm thinking Brian will be gone like the day after the Black Friday matchup against Nebraska.
Yeah, that would be nice. I think that's more possible than during the bye week, but I still don't think that's going to happen until after the season is fully over. And by fully over, I mean they go to their bowl and that's done.
It's gonna probably happen when they hire a new AD, when they find out who their athletic director is going to be.
See, I think they already know Beth's going to be it. Because, I mean, I don't think anyone's put out anything saying that they're looking for a permanent one. I think they're going to just promote her and make her the full-time AD, which I love. I think it's going to be fantastic. She's very pro-NIL. She's everything that Gary wasn't. So it's going to be great to have her.
All right.
Well, I've got an idea for offensive coordinator hire for Iowa. What if they get Washington State's OC, Coach Arbuckle?
Yeah, that would be cool. That would be good.
I mean, Washington State is 6th in total yards per game. They're 2nd in passing yards per game, and they're 5th in points per game. I mean, the rushing is, but that's the only downside. But
they're not a running team at all. I mean, their entire game is up tempo, spread offense. So, I mean, that would be a massive transition for. They're never going to rank high in rushing. That would be a massive transition for Iowa.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like, under a Kirk Ferentz-led Hawkeye team, we'll never see that. That's 100% for sure. But I think depending on who we hire as the next head coach, things might really drastically change. And I think we might go through some years where we see a really low record and we maybe don't make bowl games. But I think that sacrifice is worth it if it means we improve.
Well, whoever Iowa hires to be head coach, get them to bring Washington State offensive coordinator Ben Arbuckle.
Oh, you're muted,
You're
John.
muted, John.
Oh, I just said, look at Wisconsin. They're doing it.
Yeah.
Yup.
You know, they're transitioning to like a hybrid air raid run type situation right now. So,
I mean, to be fair, Iowa does try to run the ball. It's just we don't have the offensive line to do it.
Right.
We have some very good running backs. Both, like 2 of them, our main ones, are injured, and like
Yes.
half our offense is flipping injured at this point. And I could say a lot about that too. But
yeah. Well, why don't we start with? I mean, let's just keep going on this because I have the game queued up here. Iowa was able to beat Michigan State, and Cooper DeJean, I think, had a lot to do with that, and obviously played incredibly well from what I saw.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I didn't see a whole lot in terms of the offensive productivity for Iowa. Though I do think it looked a little bit better than the complete dumpster fire that was the Penn State game. But yeah, I mean, Erica, what did you think about how Cooper DeJean did again in this game? I mean, I was very impressed.
yeah, I mean, honestly, Cooper is just he's going to be a first-round draft pick next year. That's just what it is. And he could play any position on the field almost. Like, he literally was a quarterback in high school. He played wide receiver in high school. He also was on the defensive side of the ball in high school because he went to a small Iowa, small town feeder school for high school. And I think he said on an interview recently that he was only the second person in his entire high school's history to be recruited to Division I football program. So he's special. I will say it's not the first time he's done something like that. That's how he is. That's what he does. His true to Gene is if he gets the football, watch out.
Yeah. I think he's the favorite to he's probably top candidate for the Thorpe Award right now. He's been an absolute dynamo for the past 3 years.
Yeah.
He's insane athletic.
It's rare when you have somebody who can literally carry like LeBron put a team on your back and be able to win a game like that. Because look at the other stats here. I just want to point a couple things out. The two Iowa quarterbacks went for 14 for 32. And then we had Iowa had 61 yards on 27 carries. So that's about 2 yards a carry. But Noah Kim threw 3 picks. So Noah Kim throwing 3 interceptions did not exactly help the Michigan State case here.
And
Jackson,
2 crucial ones.
Yeah.
You know what? Here's the thing, too. Maybe Michigan State, I don't know if they realize this or not, but if you shoot yourselves in the foot and you're playing against Iowa, you just lost yourself the game. Because, especially if it's in Kinnick Stadium, because that, if you keep getting false starts, like what happened, I think it was the 4th quarter in the game, they kept getting false starts. They must have gotten 3 or 4. That's what happens in Kinnick. You can't make those mistakes and shoot yourself in the foot and expect to beat Iowa.
Jackson, what did you see? Have you been following Iowa and Michigan State?
I unfortunately didn't see much of the Iowa-Michigan State game, but when I heard about Cade McNamara getting hurt, I was like, that Iowa defense is going to step up. I watched a video of Only Talk Sports today, and he mentioned that a great deal about how the defense is going to have to step up sooner or later, which I believe they can get it done, but I'm not liking where the offense is at. I wish Iowa nothing but awesomeness for the rest of the 2023 season.
Yeah, LFG. I like QB Hill. I think that's I think he could be a really great player if he's able to utilize his whole skill set.
Can I comment on that real quick?
Absolutely.
All right. So a lot of people have been asking me about Deacon Hill. He's a transfer. He transferred in from Wisconsin. So he kind of is familiar with what type of system we have, being from old Wisconsin. And he also is, I'm trying to be respectful, he's a heck of a lot bigger than Cade, we'll say it that way. So he's going to be harder to knock down and, to sack. He's also mobile in the pocket, believe it or not. He's much more mobile than an injured Cade McNamara was. I'm sure if Cade were healthy, I wouldn't be saying that, but that's just facts right now. And I actually think we're better with him than Cade at the moment as things stand.
Wow.
I was going to also say that I agree. I believe, John, it was you who said it, that they had no business playing Cade as much as they did earlier in the season. I 100% agree.
Corey said it first.
Well, what's funny is on that same Iowa board I mentioned earlier, I stated that opinion. People came at me and they're like, you can't heal somebody with that type of injury in one game. I'm like, but I refuse. That might be true, but I refuse to believe that wouldn't have helped.
I agree. It's called player management, and against Western Michigan, you didn't need to play Cade or
not at all.
The coaches probably had a little too optimistic of a view of the Penn State game. He played the entire game against Penn State. Deacon Hill never came in, and that game was never competitive. And so you're putting an injured quarterback out there to be fed by the beasts coming off the edge from Penn State.
Yeah.
Playing behind a bad O-line. It was never going to go well, no matter which quarterback you had in there. And you had Cade take even more abuse.
What do you guys say that?
Fortunately for them, they only ran 33 plays. Go ahead.
Will, what were you going to say?
What do you guys say he's similar to like a KJ Jefferson, Deacon Hill? Would you say that?
KJ is a really good athlete, though. He can really move. I don't know how good Deacon Hill.
I think the thing with Deacon is he has great potential. He's like a Nate Stanley who needs to be more developed. And if you remember, Nate did a lot of good stuff for us. So he also, the thing about Deacon is he lacks game time experience. He actually stated after the game, like during when he talked to the press, that was his first full game since 2021. So, I mean, given the situation he was put in, I think he did pretty well. He's got an arm. I think it's just a question of getting more game time experience and just in general maturing as a player. But I think he handled himself pretty well.
Okay. So we've talked Iowa, a decent chunk, and obviously a lot to talk about with Iowa. But we also had a score that I thought was kind of shocking. I didn't think Purdue was going to do this well, and I didn't think Illinois was going to do as poorly. I think my prediction was 6-6 for Illinois. I thought they would dip. But they really have dipped, and Purdue was able to win that game 44-19. And Ryan Walters coming in there and doing that. So what do we think is happening there, and why do we think that occurred?
Well, I didn't get to see any of this because it was on Peacock.
Oh yes,
and
yes.
I am not. I'll bring this every time this comes up. I am not putting a game on a streaming service when there's like 4 or 5 other better games on. So I won't end up seeing any of the game. Yeah, because the only body who's ever going to watch those are fans of the team. Exactly, fans.
Yeah, the spoiler makers did outscore Illinois 28-6 in the second half.
Yeah, I was about to say it's closer for a long time than the final score indicated. But from what I've seen from Purdue, I don't know. I've been kind of impressed with Ryan Walters. I mean, that team. I don't think they've got a lot of talent. I think they're very young, but they don't really seem to like beat themselves that much, and they play really hard. You know, there's not a lot of miscues, missed tackles, and things. So if I'm a Boilermakers fan, you have to be. What I know their record's not great right now, but you know they've played decently tough competition, and they look like a well-coached team in every game that I've seen, at least. You know. So I'd be very optimistic if I was a Purdue fan about the future with Ryan Walters.
Yeah, I actually watched the game because I get Peacock as part of my cable subscription. So I lucked out, I guess. But I will say, impressed with Purdue as well. I didn't expect it. I expected it to be more of a game in the sense of I thought the score would be closer, and I didn't think it would be like super high. I thought, 20-13 or something like that. Yeah. So I was surprised by how many points Purdue did get. But that being said, I'm not surprised about Illinois dropping. Everyone heard my call earlier. I'm not going to rehash it. But I mean, what Mark said is very true. They lost all these players to NFL. They lost their big impact players. I don't know. I mean, it's to be expected.
What's notable is the rushing for Purdue in this game. So Purdue went under Braum. We knew was a very passing. That's when I think Purdue offense. I think passing. And Hudson Card did go 18 for 26, 2 touchdowns. But Tyrone Tracy Jr. had 112 rushing yards and a touchdown, and Devin Mockabee had 67. They combined. Everybody combined for 189. So they really were able to, I think, get it done on the ground, which Illinois, from personal experience, watching Illinois last year, they were stopping the run pretty effectively. So Purdue being able to do that was pretty impressive.
It's a lot easier to stop the run when you've got 2 NFL corners on the outside and you can just load the box and you just don't have any concerns back there. But Illinois was pretty good in the Penn State was trying to run at them, and they were having a lot of struggles in that game. So, I mean, I didn't watch any of the Purdue game. I don't know how those rushing yards came about, but that does surprise me, yes.
Oh, man, that scoring frenzy in the third quarter by Purdue. Holy cow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I'm just watching them run on the perimeter here on the they're running concepts were definitely, it wasn't just like run up the middle. There was
No.
perimeter, there was like some really interesting play designs here on the run.
Illinois, for all their talent deficiencies, they've got some dudes on that defensive line. A couple, Johnny Newton being the obvious one, but
Yeah, this is not a good week for Champaign, Illinois.
Yep. Now, there was another game where the final score looks a little deceptive, and it was the Penn State Northwestern game, which Penn State just poured on the gas late in the game, but Northwestern was hanging real tough there for quite some time in the game. I watched some of it live. But Northwestern obviously was up 10-3 till very late in the first half. Drew Eller went 18 for 33, 189 yards, and a touchdown. Just doesn't seem like they have quite enough to be able to beat the best in the Big Ten. But, obviously, I'm sure I'm going to get the Penn State people going nuts on me on that one after the Iowa. But like this type of game in particular, you can really tell. So who watched this game, or like anybody want to give a take on Penn State Northwestern?
Well, I mean, I didn't watch much of the game, but I did. But Michigan man Moose and I were DMing each other on Twitter about this game. He was talking about how Penn State was looking sloppy, but I told him, here's the thing though about James Franklin and Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
They always run the score up, especially in the second half.
Yep,
that's what's going to happen. You're going to see crappy performance in the first half from Drew Aller, but then everybody's going to forget about the first half, going in the second half.
Yeah, I watched most of this game. I tuned out around the third quarter. It was like 24-10 at the point. Penn State thoroughly dominated the gameplay. Pretty Northwestern. I think Penn State muffed the opening kick, and that spotted Northwestern 3 points. And then Northwestern had a touchdown drive of like 60 yards.
Mm-hmm.
And if you take like the other of their first 8 drives, I think they had less than 10 total yards. I mean, they were not putting it together anything consistently at all. Penn State's offense has taken a long time to get going, though. And in some of these games, like Illinois, that took them forever. Even though they were constantly getting the ball in great field position, it took them forever to put that game away. And Northwestern's not even as talented as Illinois, and they had to kind of grind this one out. And eventually they just broke, I think.
I'm still shocked by Northwestern beating Minnesota a couple weeks.
Tell me about it.
I mean, you're
How
pissing
do you
away a
just keep on
21-point lead in the
playing
fourth
defense
quarter.
the
I mean,
whole
I'm
entire
still
time?
blown by that.
Oh, we played prevent defense the whole entire time. Thought we just won the game in the third quarter, and it just felt like, remember the old Glenn Mason game with Michigan in 03?
Yeah,
that's what it felt like for Minnesota fans. Like how, and it's worse. It's Northwestern.
Yeah.
But I am glad Minnesota rebounded against Louisiana.
True.
Yeah.
Yes, very, very good. Because that would have been rough.
It's the best matchup of nicknames of the week: the Golden Gophers and the Raging Cajuns.
I mean, at least the Raging Cajuns, at least you don't have to worry about going up against Napier or Mark Hudspeth version of Louisiana Raging Cajuns.
Yeah. That was another interesting game, being down at the half and then finally realizing that you're actually a better team than them, and you can actually close it out and actually make play calling. that was spot on. What you didn't do in the Northwestern game, you just basically thought you could rely on running the ball the whole entire time. Oh no, they're stopping you now. They read that. Time to throw the ball. Sorry, we're not going to throw the ball now. We're just going to try to run again and try to get this first down and end the game. That doesn't happen. Then stupid penalties happen, late hits, and I'm still mad about the Northwestern game.
Just looking at the stats here, Minnesota had 51 runs and 14 pass attempts against Louisiana.
Yeah, and they also had a bunch of young running backs because the guy that the true freshman ended up getting hurt in the Northwestern game. The guy that was getting about 100 yards every for the last.
Yeah. He's a Michigan guy. I can't remember.
It's Taylor something.
God, he's from Detroit. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
he went to Martin
was
Luther
heavily
King.
recruited by Michigan and Minnesota.
Yeah,
it's like Dante Taylor.
I believe that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, Dante Taylor.
Yeah, he's a Martin Luther King kid, I think. Yeah.
Freshmen were running in the game. That was for the Louisiana game. That actually looked pretty dang good. And the other guy got the backup freshman ended up getting like the freshman of the week in the Big Ten, running about 80 yards. So,
Yeah, it's looking like, I mean, I'm a little shocked about that the rush, because when I think Minnesota, I definitely think passing game a little bit more than this, it's a pretty big differential here, 51-12.
Oh yeah, I mean, but he was completing most of them. That's the plus side. I feel eventually I would want to see him Minnesota be comfortable throwing the ball at least 25 times a game on average, at least.
Yeah, Minnesota plays Michigan this week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna win with a 3.5 to 1 rush to pass ratio against Michigan. That's not gonna happen.
No,
another blowout with that style.
Okay.
So
let's see.
When I think of the game on the stroller, Penn State seems like a second half team, which works to a degree. But if I was Penn State fan base, I would kind of be worried because that style of play is not necessarily going to give you wins over the teams you want to beat.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Michigan had that problem last year too, right? They had a lot of sputtery, like clunky first halves, and then they would dominate in the second half a lot last year, right? That was So, I mean, I'm just like Penn State. I would think I don't think they're nearly as explosive as they've been some of these years. They seem like they're just grinding teams down. I don't know. I mean, it's back the years when they had Dotson and Chris Godwin and Deshaun Hamilton, those kind of guys that would take the game off.
Well, I have a. Oh, go ahead.
I'm just saying I'm not seeing that kind of dynamism, that explosiveness in their offense right now.
This game kind of reminds me of the Rutgers-Michigan game. Like, I felt like Rutgers was in the game, like they were driving, and then just one bad thing happened, and then it just fell apart. That's what kind of feels like watching like Michigan, Penn State playing other Big Ten schools.
Oh, that's gonna be a good one, man. I have a tweet pulled up from Zach Seco, and he said, "Let's get something straight. James Franklin and Penn State do not run up the score. college football is not like the NFL. You don't get rewarded for simply winning your games. It's how you win and by how much. Every point matters, and Franklin knows this.
Okay, if every point matters, why is Georgia barely winning games?
They aren't playing
because they're tough games. I mean, they barely. There's one game that they've barely won, right? They've only had one game that's gone down like to the wire.
Moose made a great point. Moose in the chat is making a great point. It's not how you start; it's how you finish.
Sure.
Well, sure, because everybody can cover up the first half bad first half with a great second half because that's all they'll talk about is the second half production, and that's how you get bad polling and teams that end up in the playoffs that don't deserve to be there.
But like, whether they win these games by 10, by 7, it's all going to come down to how they perform in the big game. If they beat Michigan and Ohio State, win the Big Ten championship, they'll be in the playoffs. Yep. No one cares what's going to happen, how badly they beat Northwestern or Indiana or Michigan State. So, I mean, that just is what it is. I don't think they're doing anything intentionally. I just think this offense, maybe because of some of the new pieces, the transfers at receiver, maybe, I don't know, and Drew Aller being a first-time starter, it's just taking them a while to get going in games. Yeah. And maybe that'll change, maybe it won't. But, they're still – if you don't think they're a legit threat to win this conference, you are insane. Because they are.
No, it's not that I don't think they are. I mean, offensively, if you look at Penn State, it's a less experienced exact replica of the way Michigan runs their offense right now. Should be, because they have a mobile quarterback who can throw the ball really good, and they have a strong running game, and they have electric wide receivers.
I don't know if I would necessarily say with Michigan or Penn State that they have electric wide receivers right now. I think they're competent. They're good.
I was waiting for someone to say that.
Ohio State has electric wide receivers, and that's the only team in the league I think that has that right now.
I wanted to add Golden Playbook. Penn State is a 10-11 win team every year. I was curious about that statement, so I just looked it up. And that's not really true. In 2021, they won 7. In 2020, they won 4. In 2018, they won 9, which I'm not crapping on that. But
sure.
2015, 7. 2014, 7. 2013, 7. So that's not – I mean, I could go on. That's not true.
Well, in 2021, Penn State was feeling a little bit depressed from that overtime loss to Illinois.
Yeah, they fell apart that year.
Yeah, they were that like 9 overtime or whatever it was against Illinois.
My gosh, yeah.
It was like it went insane, went crazy.
9 overtime games roll.
Yeah, the thing with Penn State has just been on that precipice where they can't quite seemingly get it done against the top 2, right? I will say this could be the year, at least in terms, because Ohio State has had some trouble, right? And Penn State,
vulnerable,
has I can get my head around Penn State beating one of the 2, Ohio State or Michigan. I can get my head around it, but I still don't know if they can.
And this is a good year too, because I think the team that are more vulnerable, less built to beat is Michigan, and they have them in Happy Valley.
Yeah.
So, it's doable to beat Ohio State on the road. It'd be really a tough task for them to beat Michigan on the road this year, I think.
I mean, usually now it happens less often, but usually beating Ohio State in C-Bus is like beating Alabama in Tuscaloosa. It's not on the same level, of course. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's only comparable because it's very hard to do. And yes, it's happened more for Ohio State than it has Alabama, but it can be done.
Well, I mean, outside of that Michigan game, it's been in 21. It's been a really,
That's
really long time
Oklahoma,
since
right?
Ohio State lost a conference game in Columbus. It's been since like almost like 8 years since they've lost a conference game.
Yeah,
Michigan State in 2015 was the last time, and then before Michigan. So they've lost twice at home in conference in like the last decade. So yeah, it is basically up there.
Yeah,
And
Rob J, great comment. Love this comment. Can't get over Michigan bullying them last year. Has that changed? Well, the same personnel is that bullied them last year is still there. You can make an argument that Donovan Edwards might have taken a step back, but Blake Corum is seeming to be in the same pretty top form. Khalil Mullings also has been breaking out recently, so I don't know if it's. I mean, they're gonna try. Man, Diaz is gonna do everything he can.
They did lose a couple of very good offensive linemen, but I think they've replaced them in the portal apparently pretty well.
Yep,
And
Ladarius Henderson on the left, and
the Stanford transfer in the center, right?
Yep.
The guy from Stanford,
Drake Nugent. Yep.
Nugent. Yeah, and I just had a funny point. I was watching the Michigan game, and they showed a sideline shot of all the linemen, and I just couldn't get over. Like every single one of them had a big gut that went like well past their chest and stuff. Like when you see that in an O line nowadays, like God, I mean, like they're so big, they're so freaking massive. I mean, they're the best O line in the country, possibly. And I mean, they kind of look sloppy, but they clearly get the job done. It's
Absolutely. All right, we are at about the 9 o'clock, and we have 3 people wanting to get on. So I'm going to say goodbye to some non-Big Ten team representation at this point. So Jackson, thank you for being on the panel tonight. Can you give people a final thought, and where can people find you on the internet?
Well, unfortunately, this week doesn't look like it's going to be an exciting slate for the Big Ten, but I am looking forward to seeing Maryland and Ohio State. I can't wait to see what Taulia Tagovailoa does against Ohio State. I'll be flipping between that game and the Red River rivalry on ABC, of course. But you can check me out on YouTube, and you can check me out on Twitter, Instagram, and Threads. And, I got a little something exciting. I got a Discord of my show.
I'm on it. Yes.
Thank you for joining, by the way.
Absolutely, buddy. Jackson, thanks as always for being on.
I'm still kind of figuring everything out with the Discord, but I'll get there eventually. But thank you for having me on the panel, John.
Absolutely.
And I look forward to another exciting episode of the Ocho next week.
All right. Thanks, Jackson. And the other, and Will, while you are going to be eventually a Big Ten member, since you're not right now, I'm going to switch out with some Big Ten members. But Will, final thought, where can people find you?
Can I say, can I make a statement before I sign off? Okay, I'm not trying to dog on Penn State. But when they say they're unrivaled because they're like don't have a protected rival, that's like one of the reasons why Notre Dame fans don't want to go to the Big Ten. I mean, like they don't have a rival. Like, how do you not have a rival in a conference you've been in for almost 30 years, man? I'm like, I don't get it.
Because they can never beat anyone.
Oh, Michigan State. It's the coveted land grant trophy of Florida.
Oh, yes.
Don't forget the governor's bell. The trophy game that everyone forgets in Minnesota. There's
for this Maryland. I hope the Maryland Ohio State game is good next week. I know I should be rooting for Ohio State, but I'm bitter. I'm still bitter. and Ohio State fans on accepted rough. So they were rough before the game and they were rough after. So hopefully it's a good game.
Rough
And,
crowd.
thanks for having me on again, John.
Absolutely, Will. Thanks for being here. Everybody check Will out at WillND on YouTube and Marcus_era on Twitter.
Yeah, check out me and Jeffrey's college football show. Going to be on at 10:15 on my channel. So yeah, go check out Will and D tonight. It'll be a lot of fun.
Oh snap! Post that in the private chat, and I'll put it on the.
I'll make the stream real quick, and then I'll can I text it to you?
Yeah. Just send it however, and I'll put it on. Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, guys.
All right. Bye, Will. Yeah, I figured that's the only fair way to do it is, that we'll bring on the more Big Ten representation. So with that said, we have, I'm going to be accused of stacking the panel, but it is what it is. We've got Michigan man Jason, and we've got Mike Fort. Go Blue! Thanks for being on the panel.
Go Blue!
You can just say Moose now. That's fine, John.
What's that?
You can just say Moose now. That's fine if you want.
I could just say loose. Oh,
Moose.
Oh, just
like Bullwinkle.
Also, I want to point out that that Mike is wearing the Michigan football at the Voice of College Football shirt. And if you're wondering, how do you get your shirt? Well, we have something called the merch store, right? Where we have a whole bunch of amazing products for the entire family, for everybody. It is college football season. I'm going to post it on here right now. You've got the link. Go over there and check it out. This is the main site where we've got our keychains and T-shirts and mugs, swimming trunks. Down here in Florida, we use swimming trunks year round because it's always 70, 80, 90, 100 degrees. But you've got stuff for pretty much every climate, including the team channels. And Mike's wearing the Michigan shirt right here. But we also do have pint glasses and mugs and other things for Michigan as well as other programs. USC is joining the Big Ten next year, so check that out. We got Iowa, so get your Iowa merchandise as well. So thank you so much for considering that. With that said, we've got a couple more games, and I figured I'd bring on the Michigan people specifically for this recap. Go back and watch, for those of you who didn't, Michigan post-game show with Dre and myself where we broke the game down right after the game. But Michigan 45, Nebraska 7. This surpassed my expectations because I thought Nebraska would score more and Michigan wouldn't score at quite as much. This really struck me as a definitive moment in the program. I know it's Nebraska, but teams were struggling against. There were other teams that struggled against Nebraska, and their defense isn't terrible.
No, not at all.
So with that said, let's go to Mike first. What did you think about this game and just what you saw from JJ, from the running game, from the defense, and Roman Wilson?
Oh, Roman Wilson, he's established himself as the number one receiver now for sure. Now I am happy that Cornelius Johnson is starting to get his rhythm into it.
Mm-hmm.
And even though he didn't do as much as he did in the Bowling Green game, I'm looking for Samaj Morgan to kind of step up a little bit more. It looks like Shroom's starting to put Samaj in a few more packages.
Yeah,
this kid's got real potential.
He does. Jason, what I know that you were commenting about Samaj Morgan and what he can bring to an offense.
Yeah, I really think that kid's going to be a star, man. Just from what I've seen so far, a little bit. That catch was amazing. He made the last game he was in. Yeah, overall, I just think I know Nebraska isn't a top tier team, but let's pump the brakes a little bit because from what I found out, Nebraska was only giving up 46 yards rushing before they played Michigan. So for Michigan to put up 250 on a team that only gives up less than 50, I think that's pretty damn impressive if you ask me. And it's not like
it is impressive. I will say that's qualified a little bit. They've played a couple teams that don't really run the ball at all. Like Colorado, Louisiana Tech, they're almost exclusive passing teams.
Yeah.
So those numbers were probably a little bit inflated, but they're at least a solid defensive team and okay. So that was a really impressive performance by Michigan. I was skeptical going into the game, but I'm like, you can't ask for much more than what they provided on Saturday.
Right.
I don't know what it means, but, you know. What? I'm sorry. What was that?
Can I finish talking? Or I wasn't done finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So yeah, I think that I think overall Michigan was just very dominant. JJ was making some NFL throws. That throw on the run he made to Wilson across his body. Oh my God, that was nasty. I just think overall Michigan. I know it's Nebraska. They're not a top tier team in the Big Ten, but they're not a slouch either because let's be honest, they played really bad against Minnesota. Their quarterback Sims, he was a turnover machine in that game. And I think honestly Nebraska should have beaten Minnesota, to be honest, if you think about it. So that team could have been easily 3-1 heading into that game. So they're not really a bad team. They're not a great team, but they're not a bad team either, I don't think. And as far as I want to get one thing out too. I'm really getting tired of this whole Michigan hasn't played anybody shtick. Okay, first of all, Michigan has dominated every team they've played this year. Okay, I know they're not top tier teams, but when you're winning by that much, and let's be honest, Michigan hasn't even played a full game yet. They've been taking their starters out in the third quarter. They could have won by easily more than what they've been winning by.
Absolutely.
So to say that Michigan is, yeah, you're right. We haven't played a really good team yet, but I'm a guy that's like, I'm looking at the eye test. Michigan has passed everything in the eye test for me. I'm sorry. In my opinion, they're. And I'm not. I know I'm a little bit biased, but I truly mean this. I think Michigan is the most complete team in college football right now. That's my opinion.
I think that may be true. But I mean, you guys built your own schedule. You guys chose to back out of the series against UCLA, and you guys chose to just play complete dog meat out of and not leave. I don't know how you can really get bitter over that complaint. I mean, it is what it is.
Well, the UCLA was canceled in 2019.
All right, everybody, one at a time.
Here's the difference. Ohio State's schedule is non-conference usually is dog crap. I do not complain about it. I do not complain about other people complaining about it because I accept it. It is what it is. The point is, yes, it's a point that people can point at, but when Michigan is winning, difference between blowing everyone out and winning, it doesn't matter what the schedule looks like. If you beat everyone, because it's an SEC exception, and it's to the point that Ohio State and Michigan are in the SEC exception on this, as long as you can beat everyone on the schedule, it don't matter. The only difference is they still give the edge to the SEC because the committee's SEC bias.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, Georgia's schedule is not great either. So,
to say the least. Well, you got to remember that UCLA was canceled in 2019, so it's not like they just suddenly came up. And and I mentioned before,
so you had 4 years to find a competent non-conference opponent, and you had Bowling Green, UNLV, and East Carolina.
It's not that easy when you cancel.
A lot of these cancel with Washington too.
What'd you say?
Didn't Ohio State cancel with Washington too?
Yeah, because Washington is coming into the league. It was scheduled as a non-conference opponent a year from now, and now they're not going to be a non-conference opponent.
I'm
It
just saying
wasn't-
everything that Michigan does always gets put into a freaking microscope. But when other teams do it, it's okay.
But,
if they do it.
wait. There's a massive difference between what Ohio State did and what Michigan did. Michigan canceled a non-conference opponent.
Did you watch the Washington-Arizona game? That was a close game. Is anybody talking about that game? No. You know why? Because it's not Michigan. If Michigan would have did that against Arizona or somebody, we would never hear the end of it because it's Michigan.
But you know what? That comes with being a top team. You're going to hear stuff that, maybe you don't like because people are going to be haters and jealous.
Mhm.
That goes with the territory.
Yep.
And I'm saying that as an
Exactly.
Iowa fan. I don't know about that in my lifetime, but even I realize that. It comes with the territory. So you got to take the good with the bad. And if you really, believe that much in your team, it shouldn't affect you. Like, I'm exhausted with this offensive crap that I was putting out. And I don't get pissy when people complain about it because it's merited.
Well, and a lot of this is about luck too, because I remember hearing this a couple years ago when we beat Washington. Oh, you beat a terrible Washington team. They weren't that bad when they were put on the schedule.
No, that happens all the time. Happened with Ohio State. Ohio State has had a game with Washington, and by the time that game came to be played, Washington was absolute trash, and so the rest of the schedule looked like garbage back in like 07. And I mean, you can't predict how good teams are going to be when you play them.
Hold on. You
Right.
really think that locker team was that bad? I didn't think it was that
But
bad.
John, Michigan hasn't played anyone. Michigan hasn't played anyone, John.
Okay.
Ohio State hadn't played anyone except for Notre Dame. If it wasn't for having Notre Dame on the schedule,
And try to remember that it's all circular because for the next 4 years we're either going to be playing Texas or Oklahoma.
Right.
And next year's Ohio State out of conference is not good. So
No.
there's ups and downs. So I guess so. Next year I'm saying we're going to tag Ohio State as the you ain't played anybody school. It's just going to be their turn.
I feel like a lot of schools
no,
haven't
'cause
played
it's gonna
anybody. This is
change.
not an exclusive Michigan thing. A lot of schools haven't
Thank
played
you,
anybody.
Erica. Thank you.
It's going to change. They have to remake the schedules for next year because of the team coming in. So it's going to change.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't hear Georgia catching a lot of crap. But I mean, at least we're playing Maryland, we're playing Penn State, we're playing Ohio State. Georgia's
Where's
playing
all the heat on
nobody.
Georgia's got a worse schedule than we do.
But Mike, you know why that is, right? Because of SEC bias.
Yeah,
and
of
it's
course.
Georgia. They've won the Natty twice in a
Yeah.
row. It's not rocket science why they don't hear about it.
And nobody's bringing up the fact. I mean, their toughest game is supposed to be Tennessee, and Florida cleaned their clock, and Florida is not a good team.
Back Natty too. They got a worse schedule than us.
But I don't ever hear Georgia catching the. See, I guess it's just because they're the defending national champions. Apparently, that gets you a free pass from the year.
See, the problem is that in a lot of people's mind that's true. In a lot of people's mind that's true. I don't
And
agree
I
with
hate
it.
that.
Everyone, if they have a crappy schedule, should either everyone should be held accountable for that or no one should be. But we know why Georgia's not. There's a few different reasons. Because they're, like you said, defending natty champions, and they're in the SEC, and the SEC never gets crap about anything.
Yeah, and
I hate if I was an AD, I would take the Baylor approach. I would just schedule nothing but cupcakes because you take losses and it hurts you. Any loss hurts you a lot more than a really good one helps you.
Well, now you don't have to worry about that.
Well, that's kind of like Washington several years back. I mean, the year that was it 2015, I think, when Washington played. They had the worst schedule I've ever seen in my entire life, and they got to the playoffs where Alabama just they could have ran the score up on them. I mean, it only ended up being like 24-7, but Bama was just playing with them. But they had absolutely nothing. I think they had like Portland State and a couple other really crap teams in the non-con, and they were the most fraudulent team next to maybe Cincinnati I can think of in the playoff era. So I mean, if your goal is to just make the playoffs, then you wouldn't do that. If your goal is to actually get tested and actually get a litmus test to see how good you can hang against the Alabamas and the Georgias and Ohio States, it's a terrible way to go.
Hold on, because I know this is not the topic, but that Cincinnati team is not fraudulent. That Cincinnati team beat a Notre Dame squad that was decent. Probably be about
11-1.
That was their only game, and they almost lost to SMU. They almost lost to Navy. These are
They didn't
terrible
almost.
teams.
They murdered SMU that year.
Well, there was another school. I know
There were
Navy.
a
They
couple.
clung on.
Navy. The Tulsa game was a very close one.
Tulsa, that's it.
Tulsa. That was the game where they had to knock the ball out at the goal line.
Name a playoff team outside the SEC that hasn't had to have a hang-on game.
Against Navy? Against Tulane?
Any team, it don't matter. Because here's the point that you Michigan fans seem to overlook. A win is a win. It doesn't matter how big or bad it is by. It doesn't matter. You guys are so intertwined into the nitpicky crap. A win is a win at the end of the day, and it's in the right column.
Yeah, Georgia struggled against Mizzou. Everybody has the struggle game.
Yeah.
My thing is, if
Michigan was trailing against Rutgers last year,
if Michigan went down to Notre Dame and had to win with 3 seconds left, Michigan fans would never hear the end of it from haters. I guarantee you. Oh, you guys barely won. Barely won.
But Jason,
But
like,
when Ohio State wins, it's
if you're a
gold now.
good team, it
Everything's
comes
gold.
with the territory. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's fair, but that comes with the territory.
State's got a good
It's
team.
just like in real life. Like if you have something that someone else envies, you're gonna get hate. It's the same exact concept.
Ohio State's got a good team though.
What happens when you're on the top?
They could have won by more than that.
On the top. You guys are top of the game right now. You guys are top of the league. I accept that. Because
Yeah,
the point is
I
to
also-
Ohio State fans say they're the best, so
Can I?
you didn't.
can I
That
give
wasn't
some
that wasn't the best performance in Notre Dame.
Can I give some
I'm not
perspective here? Like,
Yeah, Erica, go ahead.
Erica, yeah, let's go.
as an Iowa fan, hearing you guys complain about people complaining about your schedule sounds really, really dumb. I'm sorry. I respect the heck out of you guys. You know that. But come on. That's just like Ohio State complaining about Day and saying that he should be on the hot seat because he lost to Michigan. I'm sorry. That's really.
Yeah, I kind of feel
See,
bad
I don't
talking about
agree
our
with
first world
Like,
problems
listen
in front of her.
to you guys. Like, listen to yourselves.
Yeah. With that said, we haven't even started week 6 previews yet.
Let's go.
So there are a lot of games to talk about. And since we're on the Michigan-Ohio State kind of topic anyway, Maryland is about to go to the shoe and face Ohio State with Taulia Tagovailoa. And, of course, our favorite offensive coordinator, Josh Gaddis, coming into the shoe. Ohio State, last I checked, was favored by 18.5. Sean, have you kind of looked at this game a little, and what do you think about the matchup between the two?
Just a quick question: Did Josh Gaddis steal a girl you liked or something back in the day? Because you don't miss an opportunity.
Oh, I
to bring
don't.
his name up.
Oh,
He's
I do.
terrible.
Talk about Miami, Alabama, whatever his name will come up around John. No, I mean Maryland. They've impressed me quite a bit this year. I mean, they've been very. I mean, they also haven't played a great schedule, but they've been very efficient and very professional. I think it's ridiculous that teams like Louisville and Missouri are ranked and they're not. But
Yeah.
rankings don't really matter. This is a good team. I don't think they're especially equipped to beat Ohio State, but I wouldn't be surprised if this game was real competitive. This is going to be one of the best tests of the year because I think this is a great test for Ohio State secondary, which was much maligned coming into the year and has seemingly played really well. But this is the best passing attack they'll have faced.
Oh, yeah, by far.
I mean,
I don't know about
Notre Dame's a decent passing team. I think Maryland's a better one. And, so I'll be interested. I mean, if Talia can stand on his head and deliver the performance of a lifetime, they'll definitely be in this game to the end. I think that line right there is 18.5 is a bit too long. I think it should be something more like 12.5, 13.
Yeah, definitely.
I'll be very, very happy if they cover that. If they cover that number, I'll feel very confident going forward this year.
Now, Buckeye Mike, you and I are going to talk about this on 30-Minute War as well, which we do Wednesdays at 8 now p.m. Eastern. But I do want to get your take as well on Maryland and what you've seen from them so far this year.
So because of that, I'm going to make this a little short and sweet. I think that spread's a little too high. I mean, we've seen good production out of Ohio State, and we've seen even though it's, lesser competition, we've seen pretty good things out of Maryland. So I think it could be close for a little bit. I think you're looking at probably more like Michigan Rutgers style of game here. Maybe it's competitive in the first quarter, then Ohio State puts the little shot in the arm and pulls away. To a degree, I think it'll be 31-17.
Okay. Well, we won't hold you to that. If you want to change before 30-Minute War, all good. But everybody should tune in to 30-Minute War, which is on the Buckeye Mike channel. But before we continue with Ohio State, Will ND did give us a $5 contribution. Thank you for all you do for Voice of College Football. It matters how you win. If you're comparing 11-1 teams for the 4th spot, and will matter with the 12-team playoff with teams that are 10-2. So, yeah,
or if you're SEC 9-3.
Yeah, I will. I mostly agree with that. I will say I don't think it's going to matter whether you beat Northwestern by 28 or by 35. I don't think that's going to come into the conversation very much at all in these tight spots.
Yeah.
So it's not.
Yeah.
So I assume that I'm the only one that says Ohio State's going to cover.
Possibly.
Pretty much.
No, yeah, I don't know if they
I think
are.
it's going to be close. I guess it'll be closer than people think.
Yeah,
I can see it.
I think Maryland can win.
It could be an overtime game, possibly.
I do too, John.
Oh, God,
I really
no.
do. Surprised. Maryland's good.
They're good. They have a good quarterback. Their defense is better than people think. And I mean, Ohio State struggled against a Notre Dame team that I think is probably around 20th in the country, maybe 15th in the country, and 10
really?
guys in the field to punch it in at the end there. Maryland could sneak one. I don't know. I definitely think that that Ohio State will not cover them.
The only way I think that Ohio State does not cover is if this turns into a shootout. If Ohio State's defense is at the level that they think it is, they should be able to cover. I don't think
this is the big test for Ohio State's defense because they should be able to score with Maryland, and Maryland's not going to play the kind of ball control type of game that Notre Dame did.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah.
Does anyone think that Maryland could beat Ohio State?
Yeah.
Okay, and that's coming from Buckeye. So there you go. Yep. Watch this space. I believe it's at noon. Yes.
Noon.
Big noon kickoff.
Yeah.
That should be exciting at the shoe. That's always a fun one. So we'll have big noon kickoff there, and so that'll be a Joel and Gus commentated one. Always fun to watch that, and what catchphrases Gus is going to come up with.
I will say Ryan Day has not lost a game since he's been at Ohio State that would kind of surprise anybody. I mean, they haven't lost a game they haven't
lost a game to anyone that they're supposed to beat.
Well, they haven't lost a game to anybody not named Michigan.
Yeah, in the Big Ten.
30
in the Big Ten. But
Yeah.
I mean, I guess maybe the Oregon game from 2 years. That's the one game that you can say, okay, they really blew one.
When we beat you guys in Kinnick, Urban was still coach, right?
Right.
Oh yeah. That was his second to last year.
Okay.
I have a really funny story. I fell asleep and I woke up and I saw the score 48-17. I had not watched a second of the game up until that point. And I was like trying to scream myself back into real consciousness because I thought I was still dreaming.
You probably thought it was 48-17 Ohio State.
No, it was 48-17 Iowa. I will never forget that score the rest of my life. It's blazoned into my brain at this point. And I just like I was absolutely in shock and panic.
I mean, I'm not one to really hate anyone, but I really hated JT after that game.
And he had the best game of his life the week before against Penn State.
Right.
Pulled them out.
He did. He had a great game, yeah.
Shows you how fickle fandom can be, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Will ND, according to a model I've started using for games, Ohio State wins by 8. Yeah, I mean, if I had to put a number on it, that sounds about right. I don't think they're going to win by 18.5 or more, but 8 sounds about right. And I think there is a slight possibility Maryland pulls it out. They've been looking really good, and they've been beating everybody and honestly shellacking teams that they should shellac. But this isn't the Maryland of 2016 or 2017 when I visited Maryland Stadium, and there was like 5 Maryland people in the stands, and they were all like good natured about it, but it was like a 38-0 or one of those types of matchups. It's not that Maryland team anymore.
Yeah. So, one last point I'll make, and then I will move on from this. Typically, Maryland, the way to beat Ohio State the past several years has not been to out finesse them, to out tactic them. It has been to punch them right in the mouth. And Maryland, that's not them. That's not who they are.
Yeah.
So we'll see. They've got the quarterback edge, I think, in this game. So that might be a big equalizer.
That's probably the only edge they've got too.
Yeah.
So the only thing that I'm like really interested in seeing is what quote or little saying is Gus going to come up with that's going to stick in your head forever. Like his, you had a barbecue back there and didn't invite me.
Jeez.
Well, he's got the marvelous for Marvin Harrison Jr. He's got marvelous. But he's got to come up with something for Igbuka. He hasn't come up with anything for Igbuka yet.
I think that Maryland is just. I think their wide receivers are just really good. That's what's going to keep them in this game. It's basically they're very talented in that area. The only word that Maryland has is their defense. And that they're not that good defensively. So it's going to be probably a shootout type game. I'm talking about something like, something like 45 to like 31. Ohio State winning.
Maryland hasn't played a great offense yet, but their defense has been pretty good. I think Indiana scored 17, and that was the most anyone scored on them this year.
I think Charlotte scored like 20 on them.
Did they? I don't remember exactly, but
Charlotte 49ers. Yes. All right. And so obviously this to me is kind of the marquee matchup of week 6. But I do have all of the week matchups here on the release. So we've got here, we do start on Friday with looks like Nebraska's going to Illinois. This seems like a winnable game for Nebraska, given how Illinois has been performing. I don't know. I mean, they are going to Champaign, but
Nebraska will win.
They say the reverse could be said as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm not sure who to pick for this one at all.
I just think Nebraska has a better defense than Illinois, so I like Nebraska.
That's the only reason why I would pick Nebraska. Their defense is slightly better.
And their running quarterback Nebraska has is good, and Michigan was able to stop him, but not every defense can stop that type of running ability. I mean, against the Louisiana Tech and NIU, I mean, he was just blowing through people. Illinois will be a tougher test than those two, but I think he could break off for a quarterback run or two that could change the game.
Yeah, the biggest problem though is just can't throw the ball.
He can. He has thrown the. I mean, granted, it's not. I mean, he's not Aaron Rodgers throwing the ball, but he can throw the. He can hit a shorter medium. With some success.
I still think Illinois' defensive front is probably going to be too much in this game for Nebraska zone line. I mean, Nebraska, they can't protect, they can't throw, they can't really get any ground game going from any conventional sense. But I don't know. Maybe
I don't know. They're averaging over 200 yards rushing a game. I think they can.
I know that this is not a game I would want to have to pick with my life on the stake.
No.
I'd probably say Nebraska 20-17.
Yeah, that sounds about right, honestly.
Yeah, I think it'll be Illinois, but I think it will mostly be the team that makes the fewest mistakes.
Yeah, I would take. If you put a gun to my head, I'd take Illinois, but I wouldn't be confident.
Yeah, that was the story last year.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like those teams shoot themselves in the foot pretty often. So.
Yeah.
So Rutgers is going to Madison, Wisconsin on Saturday. Rutgers has honestly looked pretty decent against teams, and I think they gave Michigan probably a tougher test than anyone else has, although that's not exactly a high bar, but they did have some good plays against us. And Wisconsin has looked like okay to good. I don't think they've been barn burning in any way. Rutgers could pull off an upset here, but I think Wisconsin will probably win. But what do you guys think?
Well, it's in Madison, so I wouldn't count Wisconsin out.
Oh no, absolutely not.
That's really the only reason I would take Wisconsin.
Yeah,
I'm probably going to be the only one that says this, but give me Rutgers in the upset. I like Rutgers.
If this was on a neutral field, I'd probably take Rutgers, but I don't see him escaping Camp Randall with a win.
I'm sorry, I'm just not sold on him.
Yeah, I think he might throw a couple picks.
Yeah,
wouldn't doubt it.
Quite possibly.
Against Rutgers defense.
I'm just really hoping that Rutgers beats them. As a Minnesota fan,
yes,
I can get that as an Iowa fan. I kind of think the same, but I'm also being realistic. And since it's in Camp Randall, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
Wisconsin's a better team across the board. I don't know. I mean, they've got more talent.
I think that a lot of the hype around Wisconsin has not panned out as well, but I still think they'll win. I don't know because it's in Camp Randall.
So maybe I'm the only one that thinks this, but I think it'll be like a 28-21, 28-24 kind of game. And I think I would lean Wisconsin just because it's at Wisconsin. But I really wonder how much longer they'll leave Tanner Mordecai in because, I mean, I'm still in the process of watching film, but I just don't like what I've seen from Tanner.
Well, I can promise
he was pretty good against Purdue. He had a good game against Purdue.
Yeah, Purdue is a bit in a lower weight class than Rutgers.
Yeah.
Purdue's in a lower weight class than Rutgers?
Yes. Yes.
Maybe defensively. I think Rutgers has a better defense than Purdue, but
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying Purdue's a worse team than Rutgers, and I don't think it's by a small amount.
Oh, I think it's picking hairs between the two. Purdue and Rutgers. I think if they played next week, the line would be within 3 or 4 points.
Oh, I think Rutgers all day.
Better team than Purdue, personally, but that's just me.
I mean, there is a reason Uncle Lou calls them Purdue.
Yeah. Oh, I hope Michael didn't hear that. So get it on Peacock. All right. Do we even want to talk about Howard Northwestern?
That's going to be horrendous.
That's an academic Titan game.
Hey, Northwestern. Hey, this sounds like a win for Northwestern. So
Northwestern
This
has
is what
to
everyone thought would be a win for Northwestern. Probably the only win for Northwestern.
Howard is the Harvard of the HBCU, and Northwestern likes to call themselves the Harvard of the Midwest. So
there you go.
There you go.
I mean, no offense to Erica, but I think it's going to be a Iowa style score of game, really low.
Oh,
I'm not offended by that. I mean, I still think we beat Purdue though because it's in Kinnick.
Well, of course, it's Purdue.
And anyway, I think another thing we've got going for us, and this might sound strange, but I think another thing we might have going for us is that our quarterback, or the person who's now our quarterback, is new to the field, and they don't know what he can do. Like, there's not a lot of film on him, so they can't prepare as adequately.
I'll tell you right now, if you can't put pressure on Hudson Card, you might be in a longer day than you think.
I think we might be able to. We still have not. It's a good defense, but it doesn't meet Iowa standards necessarily. Although I will say they looked pretty good against Michigan State towards the end there. They were showing flashes of their team last year with Campbell and all them.
Now Michigan State is a team I would compare to Purdue. So take that for what it's worth.
I just want to call Michigan State down.
I think it's going to be one of them defensive. I think it's going to be one of them defensive games. Or offense is going to be hard to come by, but I think Iowa has a better defense, so I'm going to take Iowa.
Okay.
The Iowa versus Purdue. That's what is it? The impotent force against the fragile object. Iowa's offense against Purdue's defense.
Oh man.
Well, I mean, if I was even close to full strength on offense, this isn't a close game. But they've got a mash unit out there on that side of the field, so this is probably going to end up being closer than it should be.
Yep.
I think Iowa's going to pull it out regardless.
I think they'll win too, but
probably with a defensive score, honestly.
Or a punt return.
Cooper DeJean is winning. Take another.
I don't usually shout that. I don't really like that phrase actually, but it is. I mean, in this case, probably.
Yeah. A win is a win.
So as far as this game, I think Iowa is going to win with ease. I think it's going to be 31-6. I think Iowa's going to have. Yeah, I think Iowa's going to have a touchdown, at least one touchdown from every style of the
from every unit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. I don't think it's going to be that big. But...
And just so everybody knows, PSA, the Seahawks just went up on the Giants 14-3 with Kenneth Walker scoring a touchdown.
Oh crap! I haven't even.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, good old Kenneth Walker. Yes.
Yes. Does he still give you nightmares?
Well, I could be 4-0 right now. I'm pissed about that game still.
Wow.
But Geno Smith is out though. Drew Lock is playing a quarterback.
Oh really?
Oh yeah, yeah. Because Geno Smith is a real loss. I mean, I know he hadn't played terrible this year, but still Geno Smith.
Geno Smith is a good quarterback. What are you talking about, Mike?
Yeah, he's been doing pretty well for Seattle.
Maybe I've got too much Jets memories in my head, but I can't buy him.
He's got a lead, but he's probably a nice below.
He made a Pro Bowl. He just made the Pro Bowl.
Completely different team. Style of offense is different. Granted, you're not far off because
Blake Bortles made a Pro Bowl too, didn't he?
Yeah, well.
Granted, in Mike's defense, he's not that far off because he did completely miss a wide open JSN by like 10 yards.
Oh yeah, Danny Dimes just threw it to the other team. Gotta love it. All right.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah. So almost. Looks like it didn't. Now, yeah, it wasn't quite an interception, but Danny Dimes, gotta love it. So, Michigan, Minnesota. I want to definitely go to Minnesota Dave here. So we're going to to your house for a night game. What is a night game like in your stadium?
It's I haven't really been to a night game in a long time. Gosh, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be fun. Depending on how well the Twins are doing, depends on how many fans we're gonna get. Because that's what it comes down to in the Minnesota sports landscape. It's basically if the Twins are done, then you might get a lot more fans going to the Gopher Michigan game to get more depressed. That's pretty much how I feel about that. In my heart, I'm really hoping that we're able to, to pull this off. My brain says we're not.
Go with your brain on that one.
My brain says the same thing, so you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's been since like the Carter administration, since the Gophers have won in Minnesota against Michigan. I mean, most of their wins have actually been against Michigan, have all been away wins, and the only time I would have picked the Gophers to win this game was back in 2014 when Michigan was really bad.
Yeah.
And that was the last time they won against Michigan.
Yeah, that always gives me the memories of Brady Hoke sending Shane Morse into the game with a concussion, with an obvious concussion.
Targeting call.
Dave, I wanted to ask, as a Minnesota fan, do you think PJ Fleck should be on the hot seat?
He's getting there. You can't lose to a game like Northwestern, and he's had a couple really, really dumb losses. That's what a lot of Minnesota fans are really annoyed about. Like, there's not that high of an expectations in Minnesota as it is for, like, let's say Michigan or Ohio State, but it's probably the same, almost around the same expectations as with like Wisconsin and Iowa, but we want to at least compete with them. They're not getting horrible losses, and they don't have that great of teams. That's what I like. He's getting very, very, very close.
Do you think he might go to Michigan State? Because I've heard rumors.
That's the talk.
The talk about him going to state. He's been offered the state job before.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Was he offered the state job when D'Antonio stepped down?
Yeah. It's like they were trying to go after him before, and he decided to stay in Minnesota. So he's been offered that job before. So I don't know if he wants it or not. See, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really how bad does Michigan State really want him? Because yes, he knows the area, and the recruiting would be great for him because he used to he coached Western Michigan, so he'll know that Detroit area enough.
Yeah.
And that's the big thing for Michigan State is recruiting in that Detroit area. They have to out-recruit Michigan in that area.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the majority of Michigan State's talented football players come from.
So there might be some truth to it. You're saying it's possible.
It's possible. Anything's possible. It's just for him. I don't think the way I feel about him is he wants to at least try to finish the job here. That would be the only, one of the reasons why he just comes off like that type of person. I want to just be able to at least finish the job I'm creating at Minnesota. We want to at least be able to constantly still win those, have at least start having those seasons that we were having around 2019. You want to have those 11, 10 win, 9 win seasons. That's the way you can compete with recruiting in the area that we are, like Iowa, Wisconsin, Minnesota, really have to go for almost the same type of players.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say this as someone who's not particularly a fan of PJ Fleck at all. I find him quite annoying, honestly. He's done a really good job at Minnesota. They've won 9 games each of the past 2 years.
Yeah.
They had that big 2019 season. This should have been seen as a rebuilding year across.
Yeah.
The board. I mean, they lost a lot from last year.
Well, yeah.
But everybody in the like Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Nebraska are not really like that far away from talent from each other. You know what I'm trying to say? Like recruiting at least. It's all about what players you can get. If the NIL is something that Minnesota has to use a lot of times too, just to get the better talent.
Mm-hmm. And Dave, I did want to run this by you. Tell me if you think I'm way off on this. Places like Iowa and Wisconsin, they're in college towns. The area really embraces those teams. There's just a ton of passion behind them. Minnesota being located right there in the Twin Cities, right there, like you said, they share a lot of fan base with the pro sport teams in there. Categorized as sort of a laissez-faire fan base.
I would definitely say that there is, they're bandwagon Gopher fans. I mean, unless they're fans that are diehards, no matter what, they're going to be focused on the Gopher football team.
Yeah, and it's a different atmosphere than
the
it is.
Majority of the Twin Cities area is more focused on pro sports. Vikings are a religion, period. They're, everyone pays attention to the
All hell Blood Grant.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I went to high school with 2 of his cousins. I graduated from Eden Prairie, where he lived.
2 of his cousins?
And it's 2. Yeah, I went to high school with 2 of his cousins. Well, I'm sorry, 2 of his grandchildren, not.
I was about to say he just died. He was almost 100 years old.
I was about to excuse my dyslexia on that one. That was a horrible. I dropped the ball on that one. Yeah, I 2 of his grandkids. I went to school with 2 of his grandkids.
Yeah, it's neat.
Question, and then we'll go to final thought and where could people find you. But Minnesota Dave, what would the keys to the game need to be for Minnesota to pull off the miracle?
Creating turnovers, and not making any mistakes.
Okay.
That's the only way you could beat Michigan. It's they have to make the mistakes. They have to, you have to force the turnovers, and it comes down to basically that, because other than that, this should be an easy win for Michigan.
I think another key for you guys is to try to keep up with them. Like if they got you beat like in the first quarter or something like that, it's over probably. I mean, it would be the same for Iowa probably. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying that to be insulting, but I think that's part of it too.
Yeah, we can't go down 14-0 like quickly on them. We have to at least stop them defensively, and by that was creating turnovers, because I don't think they're going to stop them a lot on 3rd and 5, 3rd and 4s. I mean, I think Michigan's going to pick those ones up a lot easier than any other team that they have played.
Mike Fort, yep.
I would be remiss to say that Minnesota might have the second best tight end in the country behind Brock Bowers.
Just not playing like it anymore. Yeah. He's had a couple of huge drops, dude. He's really, really has not even been a part of the Minnesota offense all that much. They passed him once against Louisiana. He literally had 3 huge plays. I thought that if he caught the passes, it would have been different results in certain games. He dropped a couple passes. I think he dropped 3 passes against Nebraska. I will say that Ethan Kaliak-Manis needs to learn, like I said every time, needs to learn to put touch on the ball, but eventually you still have to catch half of those passes.
Yeah.
All right. Jason, any thoughts on Minnesota?
I just think that who knows what he said. It, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but it is a pretty bad mismatch. I think that they'll have to cause at least 4 or 5 turnovers to have a shot in this game. I think that their defense has to play their best game of the year, and I think it's going to be tough for them. But yeah, like I said, no disrespect, but I think this could get ugly quick if they don't.
I'm expecting to leave at halftime.
I think that another key to the game too is like, and this is going to sound strange perhaps, but most people believe obviously that Michigan is going to be the obvious winner. So I think it's important that Michigan doesn't just assume they're going to walk in there and win. Like they need to prepare. Nonetheless, even though it is a Minnesota team, they need to still prepare. They can't overlook it. Otherwise, there might be some surprises.
Yeah. Follow the game plan that worked so well again when you went into Nebraska, and start strong, get a touchdown on the board early, and then you should be in good shape.
Yeah,
right.
This is sorry, just to say that Minnesota, out of all of the teams in the Big Ten overmatch, they might be about the least equipped. I mean, like stylistically, to compete with Michigan, because I don't see where their big plays are coming from on offense in this game. That's not how they're built.
I will say your quarterback is decent, though. I mean, he's a decent quarterback. He's capable of making some throws.
Yeah, I think Kaliak-Manis is a weakness on that offense.
He's a good
I
athlete.
don't think he's bad. I think he's solid. I don't think he's great, but I think he's capable of making some plays. But
I mean, he did make, like, you know, he was 19 for 14 against Northwestern, and
it's kind of impossible.
You mean 14 for 19?
Yeah, 14 for 19 backwards. Dyslexia.
All right. I think it's time for final thoughts and where can people find you. We're going to start with the people who came in first. So Sean, final thought for everybody on this last week and this coming week, and if you want to share where people can find you.
Okay, no socials or anything to share. Just want to say big interesting game for Ohio, for the Buckeyes this weekend. If they dominate this game, I'll be very happy. I'm expecting it to be very competitive, and you know, if they can slow down this Minnesota passing attack, that will show that some of the additions they made, the Igbinosin from the transfer portal, have really paid off, and that the secondary has really come around because they look better so far, haven't been immensely tested yet. So look forward to a good game, and crappy weekend for the most part. But, you know, I'm still looking forward to it because it's a weekend of college football and you can't ask for much more. So thank you guys.
Thanks, Sean.
Appreciate having you on.
All right. And we're going to go now to a friend of the show who's now back on the Ocho panel. Very happy. Erica Goldberg. Thanks for coming back.
Yeah, sure. Final thought. I'm really interested to see how Deacon does this weekend. I have a lot more faith in him than I did in Cade when Cade was injured, because I mean, he's just not the same player. I'm not trying to insult Cade, but he's just not the same player, and that is what it is. And I also hope that they work a lot with the wide receivers, because once Deacon came in the game against Michigan State, all of a sudden the wide receivers had a lot more touches, but they kept dropping them. So they need to work on that. And I think I said this on Twitter. I think that we're starting to see perhaps why the receivers did not get a lot of touches. So I hope they work on that. And other than that, hopefully Cooper keeps doing what he does and the defense, you know, lives up to the Iowa reputation. And I'm not worried about special teams, so I won't say anything about them. They're awesome. They're one of the best in the country, so I'm not going to say anything.
There you go. And I have your Twitter posted on there, so anybody who would like to follow, you can.
Yep, I basically talk Iowa football, sometimes dogs, travel. So feel free to follow me if you're keen to hear my thoughts on those subjects.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming back, Erica.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, and next up, we're gonna go to Minnesota. Dave, final thought, and where can people find you?
My final thought. I'm just really hoping that, we maybe pull off this huge ass upset, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think there's more of a chance that the Minnesota Twins win the World Series than Michigan being beat by Minnesota. So that's pretty much it. And where can you find me? I just call in all the time, and I'm basically here.
There you go. What didn't you say? Somewhere in Minnesota.
I'm around the Minneapolis area.
There you go. There you go. So go to Minnesota and hang out with Minnesota Dave.
Yep.
Thank you so much, buddy, and thanks especially today with the games, giving your perspective.
Okay.
All right.
Thank
Later.
Bye bye.
Okay, and next up we've got Moose. Final thought, and I'll post your Twitter on here.
Not much. You can find me on Twix, and just one thing I will say is I want everyone to get their popcorn ready, because apparently Kentucky's on their way to the college football playoff. So that's all I got. Man. Go Blue.
Oh wow. Okay, breaking news: Kentucky going to the college football playoff. How about that? All right, and Mike, our other Michigan fan on here, other than me.
I don't have any final thoughts. I'm just looking forward to some good games. I expect us to take the jug back to Ann Arbor. And I will say this: what I'm looking forward to is I'm expecting Arizona to give USC fits and then go on the USC channel and heckle Tim and Tony and Matt and all them for a while.
Yes, please.
That way we can, spread the misery around to remind them that their defense is still awful.
Talk about get your popcorn ready. That's definitely a get your popcorn ready moment there.
Yeah, but other than that, you can find me around here, and I am out, and go Blue.
Go Blue. Thanks for coming in, Mike. And last but not least, our other Mike, Buckeye Mike. Final thought, and where can people find you, sir?
Final thoughts. I'm just looking forward to some great games this weekend. I think Ohio State will handle business with ease. I may be on location, so maybe something after the game if I am. And y'all know where to find me. You can find me on my channel, on Twitter. I have Instagram. I have Threads. But yeah.
I just posted the link there. And everybody stay tuned for another episode of 30-Minute War, which last episode was like 70-minute war. But hey, we have a great time.
Oh, yes, we do.
Fantastic. Well, thanks for coming back, and we appreciate you.
Absolutely.
All right. All right. So we are done at 10 on the dot there, 10 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to ask everybody to go over to our good friends Will ND and Jeffrey, who are doing a discussion, I believe, at 10:15 Eastern. So go over and check that out. And then at 11 p.m. Eastern, we will have USC Trojans Live, which we have every Monday night at 11 p.m. Eastern. And it's got Mark Rogers, voice of college football, Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire, USA Today, and now Tim Prangley is part of the cast as well. So you'll get Mark, Matt, and Tim at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific on the USC channel. But go over, join me. I'm going to hang out with Will and Jeffrey until the USC show comes on. So check that out. And we appreciate you all for coming on. A couple of housekeeping final things as well, because I didn't get to everything earlier. So, of course, if you're doing your shopping on Amazon, please use the link in any description section, including this one, because then Mark Rogers gets a couple of bucks. It helps support the network, and we're doing so much all across this network of Voice of College Football. Get your merch, including free shipping. There's amazing products for the whole family, your friends. Deck everybody out in Voice of College Football merch. I was just walking around wearing my t-shirt, walking around Southwest Florida yesterday to represent the brand. So we like to do that. Please pick one: Patreon, YouTube membership, or if you're really feeling generous, both. But at least one, because for just $2.99, you can be a YouTube member. You can get access to the betting guide. You can get access to the Discord chat where we talk all the time college football. We have exclusive watch parties, exclusive shows and get-togethers that we only put on for Patreon and YouTube members. And if you want to be part of the College Football After Dark show every Sunday night, the only way that you can be on as a panelist is by being a YouTube member or being a Patreon member. So if you want to be on that After Dark show Sunday nights, keep that in mind. Thank you to Aura. If you haven't, please, I'm going to ask everybody to do this. If you haven't yet, please go to aura.com/MarkRogers and get your 2-week free trial. Okay? Free trial. Protect yourself. When I did the free trial, I was so shocked with just the amount of stuff that they do for you and like the amount of lists that they look at. Like if some of your personal information is on something, it's really pretty cool. And Mark Rogers, Voice of College Football, definitely benefits when you do the free trial. So please, if you have not done your free trial yet, click that link, do that, protect yourself online. Thank you so much. It really does go a long way to supporting what we do here at the Voice of College Football. As I said before, Michigan Wolverines Live is when you can find me next, tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern with myself, usually Tanner Wooten from Blue by 90. And I just learned that we are going to have a special guest, Daniel House. Which I haven't been following my Twitter messages lately. Daniel House is the founder of Gophers Guru, and he is going to be joining us tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Eastern for Michigan Wolverines Live. So it'll be me. It's going to be Tanner most likely, and Daniel House from Gophers Guru to break down the Minnesota Golden Gophers. So don't miss it. 8 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. For everybody who came by, I know it's not the shortest show, right? But you came by at least for part of it. Some of you for the entire 4 hours. However you contributed or hit the like button or whatever you did, you came on the panel. I thank you. I thank you for being a supporter of the Voice of College Football and of me. If you haven't followed me on Twitter yet, here's my Twitter right here, John Diadamo. I host this show, The Ocho. I also host Michigan Wolverines Live, and I host Michigan Postgame Live on Saturdays with my good friend Dre Artis. And we do take calls on that show usually. So lots of shows to catch me on. So definitely do that. I'm going to go over and hang out with Will ND and Jeffrey until the USC show comes on. Can you please post the link in chat again? I will right now. I'm pulling it back up again. Hold on 1 second. I'm doing that now here. This is going live in about 10 minutes. Boom. So go ahead, and if you want to go over and hang out with Will ND and Jeffrey Only Talk Sports, it's going to be a great discussion as always. It's the Week 6 college football preview. So hit the like button when you get in there. And so thank you for that. And then at 11 p.m. Eastern, we will have USC Trojans live. So thank you all, and until next time, as I always like to say, go blue. And we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.